Good evening, everyone. Hail to the chat. It's the Drinker here, and I'm joined on this auspicious occasion by Nerdrotic and Doomcock. So we've got an all-star cast with us tonight. Good to have you on board, gentlemen. How's it going?
Going good. How are y'all?
Excellent.
Good.
Cheers. Greetings. Hi, everyone.
Hey. Hi, Gary. This has been a long time in the making, this one, hasn't it? Because I think, Doomcock, we kind of had this idea to talk about the Rocky movies. I know you were really passionate about it, and I'm pretty sure and Gary were both really into them as well. So it kind of seemed logical. Why don't we just combine forces on this one and see if we can take on this series? I knew I was going to need I knew I was going to need a team of hand-picked men for this job, and I got the best ones I could find.
Absolutely. I'm delighted to be here with all of you guys. The Rocky series, to me, is an interesting one. It's a movie that starts out with a film that is genuinely outstanding in every aspect. It is a intimate character study. It is bordering on literature. I can't believe Stallone wrote it. It's incredible in any aspect of it that you want to evaluate. It's top notch. And then, of course, the sequels are less quality, but they deliver. They deliver with a formula that nevertheless continues to be engaging. And it's rare when you have that many sequels that are so successful as pop culture entertainment. Although really the first one is the only one that I think it succeeds on an artistic level. And I'm looking forward to talking about it because I think it's a masterpiece.
No, absolutely. I think as a series, like, it really reflects like the time that each movie was set in, and like the cultural kind of norms of the time, and kind of where Stallone was at in his career. Like, obviously the first two are like Rocky's kind of rise to fame. Then you get into the third one where you're into the 80s and it's all very bombastic and it's like over the top fights against huge guys. Rocky's looking enormous. And then, you know, you've got the Cold War and up against the Russian Superman in Rocky 4. Again, it's really like pumped up 80s like music video montage kind of thing all the way through, and then you get to the Rocky 5, which is much more somber and reflective. Like, Stallone's older, his career is like at a different point. It's
well, that's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I'm trying to go by like the artistic intent behind it rather than what it actually became. But then you get the redemption in Rocky Balboa, where it's like, you know, Stallone has learned a lot from the intervening years, and he's become humbled, but he's still he's out to prove that he can still go one more round. So they all kind of reflect that life journey, I guess, of the guy that's playing the character.
Well, not only that, but I think as a student of the sweet science myself, because I've been a boxing fan for a long time, most of my life, it also really traces the typical stages in the life of a boxer. I mean, you're a plucky challenger. You're looking to win the shot. That's the first two. The third one, he's been coasting, and he's been protected, taking bouts that aren't really serious. While there's a serious hungry contender out there, that happens a lot to champions who are just trying to ride the wave and cash in. The fourth one, we deal with the fourth one's an oddity.
That's
the fourth one is an oddity. Doesn't really fit. But then in the fifth one, a lot of boxers wind up broke through, having been ripped off by managers, having poorly invested, a lot of different ways. So a lot of them end up on the skids again. And I thought that this arc showed that Stallone is also a student of the sweet science and is very, savvy to what boxing is really all about. And, when I was a kid and I first saw Rocky, I thought, this is kind of unbelievable. It's like a little bit nonsense that, a nobody is going to get a shot at the title. But no, actually, that kind of shit could definitely happen. Boxing is a bit of a corrupt sport, and they will go for the buck. So in actual fact, Rocky, pretty realistic movie when you get right down to it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Rocky, as a character, he was kind of loosely based on a guy called Chuck Wepner, who was a bit of a journeyman fighter who was given a shot against Muhammad Ali and actually managed to knock him to the canvas at one point. I mean, Ali eventually got up and kind of pummeled him for the rest of the fight, but the dude just refused to go down. Like, he wasn't particularly skilled, but he was just a totally hard bastard who just wasn't going to give up. And I think Stallone saw that fight, and it was like kind of the catalyst for Rocky. This plucky underdog who isn't really a match for the champion in skill, but he's got the sheer willpower to keep going and take the hits. And yeah, what a character he created.
It's truly touching. His ability to play that part, which he had to fight for. By the way, he had to write that script, and then they wanted that script so badly. He said, "You can't have it unless you take me," and they did. They finally did. And boy, he was the right guy for the part, the only guy for the part. Take me. You got to take me. If you want it.
The kind of hunger, I guess, that Rocky has to succeed, you can kind of see that in Stallone. Like, he was obviously a young guy just desperately trying to get his big break in acting, and this movie very much was that. So there's a real intensity to him, and some of the scenes where, like, later on he has a confrontation with Mickey and he properly loses it and he's ranting and raving at him, like that was just pure like emotion from Stallone.
Oh my God, it was good.
The first film did win Oscars. No, the first film did win Oscars, and it's easy to see why, because the first film was just on its own. There was never a sequel after Rocky, I think it would be probably held in much higher reverence than it actually is today, and should be, because the film itself is just genius. It's just an absolutely beautifully put together film set in a really kind of like depressed Philadelphia, where this guy he's 30 years old, and in boxing terms, he's already coming towards the end of his career. Never had a shot, always had talent, just slipped by like many of us do in life. We sometimes we just never truly understand what potential we could have had, and we look back over the course of our lives and think, why didn't I ever take a shot at this? Why didn't I ever take a shot at that? And so you had such a kind of frustrated character in itself. And Mickey saw all that. Mickey just saw exactly kind of what he had to offer, what he could have offered, but he just took these other avenues in life, just became, an enforcer and this sort of business, instead of really knuckling down upon his craft. And that scene that you're talking about is when, he's given his shot against Apollo, and Mickey comes and says, look, I'll train you. And you just kind of see all the frustration in Stallone, Stallone's Rocky, coming out there, all the frustration in, all these years that I could have been doing this. I could have been training. I could have been honing my craft. I could have been more prepared for what I'm going to go up against. And I thought it's just an unbelievable outburst of sort of frustration and annoyance and realization. And there's
a kind of hurt in it as well, a kind of pain behind it, because I think Rocky always kind of looked to Mick as his father figure. And for all those years, when Rocky wasn't really trying that hard, but he was just taking club fights and stuff, Mickey was seeing his wasted potential and he was berating him for it. He's not a guy who's going to like take you aside and quietly like give you gentle words of encouragement. Mickey is a much more like hard, brash sort of character. And if he sees a person not doing their best, he'll just yell at them. And that's what he was doing with Rocky for so long. He disrespects him, like he gives his locker away to someone else because he doesn't think Rocky's worthy of it. Even though Rocky's trying to be pleasant towards him and trying to be upbeat, every time he interacts with Mickey, he's getting put down and insulted. And so, yeah, you can absolutely understand those years of frustration and insults. The one point where he's actually been given this shot and he's kind of already, set for the fight. Now Mickey comes to him and says, "Oh, I can help you," and you can get why Rocky's raging at him, because it's like, well, I needed your help 10 years ago when I was just a nobody and I had potential, and you never helped me. And now that I've got this shot, now you're coming to me looking for help or looking to help me. Yeah, you can absolutely understand that rage that he feels. But it's
it's mixed.
the scene.
It's mixed. It's mixed chance too. I mean, it's his last chance too. I mean, when he does that speech about, they put a nail in the thumb, and we punching holes in my cheek, and the spit is flying out the holes. And I mean, I've got a lifetime of experience, kid. You've got heart. Yeah, I got heart, but I ain't got no locker, have I, Mick? And he shuts the door.
What a brilliant callback that is, eh?
Oh,
what a brilliant line.
And when Burgess Meredith leans his head against the door, he says, 76 years old. And he's just broken. He's a broken old man as he walks away. It's a heart-wrenching scene. This is drama. This is beautifully written drama. And one of the reasons I called it literature is because I disagree a little bit about how Stallone's Rocky had a burning desire to win. Rocky was just getting by.
Yeah,
he was just getting by. And all he really wants is to not be a bum. That's all he honestly wants. And he says, when that bell rings and I'm still standing, nobody's gone the distance, I won't be a bum. They would have known I wasn't a bum. And that's all he wants, honestly. That's all he wants. He knows when he goes to that arena and he sees the two posters and he talks to that promoter who says, the trunks are wrong. And it's like, nah, that's okay. He goes home and tells her, I can't win. I can't win. I know I can't win.
I think when I say he's got that burning desire, I mean just the desire to keep going, not necessarily to win, because like you say, he kind of knows he can't win against Apollo Creed, but his goal is just to go the distance, and so that's what he's focused on, and that's what he's trying to get. Now, that scene where he's like lying in bed talking to Adrian about that was done in one take, because this is what we were mentioning earlier. They were out of time and out of budget, and the studio actually wanted to cut that scene completely. And Stallone was like, what are you talking about? This is like the pivotal scene of the movie. This is where Rocky explains exactly what he needs to do and how he realizes he can't beat Apollo Creed, but it's not about beating him. It's just about standing his ground. And if you take that out, you've robbed the movie of its heart. And so they're like, well, okay, you can have one shot at it. They're like, and then we have to pack up and move on. And so, Stallone had no prep time, no second chances. It was one take or it's not getting done. And so he's just doing that entire sequence in one shot. That is fucking impressive.
It is incredible. I just want to say, because at this juncture, it's appropriate, this comment, that in this regard, Rocky reminds me a lot of Raiders of the Lost Ark, to the extent that the climax of the film is not the climax of the film. The climax of Raiders of the Lost Ark is when Indiana Jones says, hello, and he's standing up there with a rocket launcher. I'm going to blow up the Ark, Renee. And Belloc says, blow it up, blow it back to God. Go ahead. If that's what it means to you, go ahead. And he can't do it. He cannot blow that Ark up, because we see that indeed we are just passing through history. This is history. So not even to save his life, not even to save Marion, can he destroy the Ark. And that right there is the conclusion of Indiana Jones's character arc. Blowing up the Ark and melting the Nazis is all problematic. Same thing in this scene. That is the climax of the film, where we see that all Rocky wants to do is be standing there. We see what it means to him. We see it takes him to the culmination. When they actually have the end of the fight and the music is going, we don't even really hear the decision, because all he's calling is Adrian. He just wants his love. And you just see Apollo like jump up and down at one point, and then you infer that he lost, but that doesn't matter. What matters is he's standing. And that, to me, is why Rocky is such a great film, along with Raiders of the Lost Ark, because, man, these guys understood character and they understood narrative.
Yeah. And again, it's hard to believe that Stallone wrote this at all. But that scene where that whole Mickey scene, I just watched it last night again, and it's been so long since I watched this movie, dude. And seeing them both broken down that's how you rebuild things. That's kind of how the program works, folks. That program AA is like when you find out when Rocky's screaming at Mickey He's screaming at himself. He's breaking himself down. Mickey walking away. And at the end of that scene, after he's done screaming at him, he runs out, and we don't even hear what they say.
Yes, that is what I love. The fact that you don't get that final, like, you don't need to hear what they're saying. It's enough to know Rocky just needed to get it out. He needed to let that frustration out, and he needed Mickey to hear him. And, Mickey has, he's walking away. He's kind of made peace with the fact that Rocky is angry at him for all these reasons. And now that Rocky's done it, he's able to just go back up to him. He's calmed down a little bit and say, okay, I will accept your help. You see them shake hands with each other. Perfect. You don't need anything more beyond that. The important part was hearing Rocky's explosive outburst.
Yeah.
And being heard.
And Bill Conti's sensitive score, really, just the piano. And Rocky is such a good-hearted guy. I mean, you see it over and over again. And that's the one time where he loses it. And he is, 10 years, you never been my place. It's a nice place. It stinks. And then he runs out. And he's just so gentle. It's just so much forgiveness and love in this character that it melts your heart. Burgess Meredith. Jesus Christ, for Rocky 1 and Rocky 2, both of those, he deserved the Best Actor nomination. Jesus Christ, the scene in Rocky 2.
He is the perfect example of a guy who's not, like, he's not big and physically imposing, but man, he casts a long shadow. There's just something about him, and he's got that gravelly voice. Everything about him, like, his face is all messed up from all the fights he's been in. He's got cauliflower ears. Like, he just looks like a rough, mean guy. Like, even at his age, he looks like he could still take someone on. It's, it's a great character. It's such an interesting mix of different elements.
Yep. And what Doomcock was just saying, Rocky is just such a nice guy. Even the loan shark likes him and takes sympathy on him and gives him money without asking for it back, and it's it's such a small movie, right? It doesn't have a bunch of cast, and it, shot guerrilla style in some places. And I just learned that from watching it on Amazon, to be honest with you. But that made it. That's what makes it focus on Rocky, but makes it feel real. Everything felt so damn authentic. Even the scenes where he's like running and training and people are staring at him,
staring at the camera as well.
Someone, there's a point where someone throws an apple to him and he catches it. Yeah, like, that was on screen. Someone's actually hurling an apple at him, and Stallone just like caught it, and he's like, "Oh, thanks, buddy." It's like, that is just like, smooth without missing a beat. He just works it into his performance.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I don't know, I don't know what places like Philly were like back in the 70s, but man, this place looks like Berlin in 1945. It's like,
that was America in the 70s, Drinker. That was, America was a dark place in the 70s. It was dirty. The whole litter crisis was real. And there was freaking crap and trash all over the sides of freeways, streets. Downtown San Diego looked like garbage. There was strip joints everywhere. It was dark.
Those days
are paradise.
Those days are coming back.
New York was like a literal. I walked through New York when I was 7 years old in 1977, and my mom kept her she had both arms around me the whole time, because it
Taxi driver, man. Taxi driver.
It all figures into like the overall, look and the gritty feel of Rocky's environment. He's a bum, eking out an existence in this shitty part of town where everything's run down, and there's just dudes like standing around a burning trash can like in the evening because they got no place to go, and they're just like singing songs together, like just all stuff like that. It adds to the great atmosphere of it. These are tough, hard characters living in a hard world, and you really get that. It comes across, but they've got such warmth and humanity to them at the same time. It's a really remarkable bit of writing that they can convey all that in such a small movie.
Yeah.
He's just that scene where he just takes the girl away from the group, and then walks her back home, and he's just giving her the speech about, look, if you carry on hanging around those, you're going to get called a whore, whether you are or not. That's what they're going to refer to you as. You're just going to be that whore, and you're going to get no respect. And he has this big speech about respect, and when people say your name, it's got to be associated with it. And then takes her home, and it's just turning around and goes, "Screw you, creepo!"
Yeah, sick burn, man.
Yeah.
That's little Marie who eventually shows up in Rocky Balboa.
Yeah,
fantastic. I love that.
But she actually they managed to get the original actress back for Rocky 5. It was like a deleted scene where you find out that she's a prostitute now, and like she literally did become what he warned her she would be. And I was like, God damn, as if that movie wasn't depressing enough. Like you're just adding that into the mix. Another broken young life. Damn.
Oh shit!
Of course, because Rocky 5 Sage Stallone as well, isn't it?
It is,
who's his son, and he's no longer with us either. So
dead from Rocky 5.
And Tommy Gunn is no longer with us, and good God, Rocky 5 is a right miserable film.
Yeah, it's just like cursed. It's the cursed movie.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk as well about Carl Weathers as Apollo Creed.
Fantastic.
What a great actor they picked for that role. Like he's
massive.
Yeah, big guy. I think he used to be an American football player or something before he got into acting. So obviously he had the physique. I think they were casting for Apollo Creed, and like he was in there, and they wanted to see how he moved in the ring. So they had Stallone, do a few like sparring rounds with him, and he wasn't great, obviously, because he's not had any practice. And Stallone said as much to him, and his response was like, "Well, why don't you get someone in here who can fight with me?" And still straight away Stallone was like, he's got like the cocky persona that we need for Apollo Creed. Like that's perfect. But he is
Sorry, go on.
No, on you go, mate.
I was just going to say, just the absolute charisma that Carl Weathers brings to that performance of Apollo Creed, even throughout the whole of the franchise. It's just whenever he's on screen, you just glued to him. It's just magnetic. It's just such a charismatic, great character, and adversary turned friend is such a great little story as well. But yeah, it's even from that very first moment, you just saw elements of Muhammad Ali in there. You just saw that sort of cockiness, that brazenness about him, and just own the role, absolutely own the role. And I think in the third film, when they're doing all the training and everything, you just see his movement, his fluidity. You could just easily believe that Carl Weathers was a boxer. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's a natural. Sorry.
Yeah, no, and he also comes off as one of these really intelligent boxers, like Sugar Ray Robinson, one of these guys that isn't punchy, has dominated, for a long time, has business savvy. His Achilles heel is his arrogance. Arrogance. He will not. His pride, and it's so realistic. He's brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant.
I mean, you see it straight away when they're like, obviously the premise is that his original opponent has hurt himself in training, and so he can't fight, but they've got this fight scheduled, so they need to find someone else. And he hits on the idea of like, okay, well, let's find some local fighter and we'll give him a shot. It'll be a big spectacle. And so he looks up Rocky Balboa in the list of all fighters in Philly. And it's like the Italian stallion. He picks him for no other reason than because he likes his name. Yeah. He doesn't know anything about him. He doesn't care. And, it's his trainer, Duke, who's like, look, he's a southpaw. It's not a good mix for you. I don't think you should fight him. And he's just like, southpaw, nothing, man. I'll drop him in 3. Like, exactly. He knows nothing about Rocky or his record, but he knows he can beat him without any difficulty. And it just perfectly speaks to how kind of overconfident he is.
And probably justifiably so. I mean, that typical guy off the street's not going to be able to do anything against Sugar Ray Robinson. I mean,
he's the man. He's the man. He's literally looking in a book at somebody to play with for the evening. He's never thinking for 1 second the title's on the line to be lost. It's just right. We're turning up. We're knocking this guy out. It's going to be a spectacle because we're giving a local boy a chance. In Philadelphia, people will be on board because of that, and then next day we'll be planning the proper defense of the title. But I just love the way that they were there in the room, the offices, and they were just so calculated about everything, about advertising, promotion. There's a well-oiled machine. It was about generating that money. It's about generating that buzz, and it was just great to see such intelligent athletes as well. And then, of course, you have the trainer watching Rocky, and he's just like
on the TV, that footage of him busting the ribs.
Yeah. You want to have a look at this guy, Apollo? He's just like, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Well, that's one of the things that it helps. It sort of eases you towards the believability of their fight, in that Apollo's not really training for this fight. He's more busy like doing the business side of things and promoting, because he knows that Rocky's no threat, so he doesn't see the need to train as if this was a top level competitor. As a result, he shows up, he's kind of out of shape and he's not prepared for the fight. And so when Rocky's much more tenacious than he expects, he's given a bit of a fight. He has a fight on his hands that he has to struggle to contain Rocky.
I think it's not physically, because physically Carl Weathers is just an Adonis, let's just be honest. But I think it's mentally. He was never mentally checked into the fight. He was always thinking this was in out, put the kettle on business. And so when he gets knocked down in that first round by Rocky, then he's sort of like, what the fuck is going on? This is not the script. The script is I turn up, I showboat, I shout, I do my little spiel, and then I knock him out in 3 rounds. And then there he is, ass on canvas in the first round.
Well, you see it. It really knocks his confidence. Like, because Rocky obviously he hits him with a wild kind of hook that drops him to the canvas, just like Wepner did with Ali. And so he gets up, and like he's obviously not too hurt physically, but you can see how shaken he is. He's like, holy shit, like this guy just knocked me down.
Yeah,
I didn't expect this. And it's like suddenly the entire character of the fight changes. Like, he's no longer clowning around and showboating for the crowd. He's like, all business. Like, I need to put this guy away quickly because he could actually be a threat to me. And so it becomes.
Don't they, say on the commentary it's the first time he's been knocked down as well?
Mm-hmm.
I think so, yeah.
It's the first time he was actually ever knocked down in a fight. So that's going to psychologically have a big effect on you as well.
And he was angry at himself as much as anything, and embarrassed in front of the crowd. And his pride was stung much worse than his body was by that blow.
Yeah.
African showboating, dressed as George Washington, throwing.
Yes.
I want you.
Yeah, I want you.
Right. George Washington, then he turns into
He's
Uncle
Sam.
Rocky.
Well, you know what's weird as well? I almost forgot about this, actually. They got Joe Frazier in to make a cameo in this as himself. Yeah. And I'm like, holy shit, this is some weird crossover with like the real world, where like Joe Frazier's real. It's like, is Muhammad Ali a real fighter too? Like,
well, they referenced Rocky Marciano a lot, and Rocky Marciano was a big fighter back in the day. So he's the inspiration up on Rocky's wall.
Boxing was a huge sport for a long time. Every kid knew who the heavyweight world champion was. I had to just look it up because I don't know. But there was a time where this was the biggest sport in America. Like, everybody stopped when there was a fight. And this was
followed boxing when I was a kid. All the way through. Middleweight, heavyweights. I was massive. You had the Tyson era. Yeah, you had the Tyson era when I was a kid. So, but even with the British boxers, we had Eubank and Nigel Benn and boxers
Bruno.
like that. Yeah, Frank with the heavyweight, of course. And those days we were glued whenever there's a fight, because obviously there wasn't internets and stuff like that, and there's limited channels in the UK. We had 4 channels, I think, at the time. When boxing came on, when sports events came on, they were big deals. So we'd be, ITV 11 p.m. on a Friday night, whatever it was, watching the Eubank fight or the Nigel Benn fight or whatever it may be.
Well, you had that period in the 70s as well, when like Frazier and Ali were really active. That's when boxers had really big personalities, and they were like showmen as well as athletes. They could do interviews, they were engaging, they were smart, they were witty. And then you get to like the more like the present day, and that's kind of faded out, and the guys are all very kind of monotone, and they're very stage managed and everything. That's why guys like Tyson. Yeah, that's why guys like Tyson Fury now are so popular, because like he's just a complete, like, he's not a comedian, but like he's just really engaging and funny, and he doesn't take it too seriously, and he's fun to listen to. But it's so rare to get guys like that now.
Well, it's unfortunate. I think that the sweet science has been kind of eroded and chipped away at by MMA. Which I think is more like the fast food of fights, whereas boxing was comparatively refined, standardized. They called it a sweet science for the reason. The more that you knew about boxing, its nuances, the more you could appreciate the skill of these people. And it's unfortunate. I don't think boxing is what it was now. I think MMA has really just kind of made it outmoded to a large extent. And I think
it's more. Yeah, I mean, it's more flashy. The rules are a bit more relaxed. Like you get more variety in the fighters and the styles and everything. Right. Whereas, yeah, obviously, boxing is much more strict about how it's conducted. Especially you get a heavyweight fight. Like the guys aren't going to throw many punches because like one punch could totally turn a fight around. So they are a bit slow by comparison. But yeah, man, you had that sort of classic era back when Rocky's set.
Sorry, the corruption did boxing in that
yes.
ultimately.
Yeah.
To some extent,
he went through a heavy wave of just corruption and corruption and corruption. It just eroded the credibility of the sport so much. That's why I think people turn towards MMA and they turn towards Pride and UFC and stuff like that, because that was giving more legitimacy. And when that was giving more legitimacy, boxing was just, corruption. That's all you heard about in the news.
Yeah, people are mentioning Don King as well. Yeah, obviously he was the archetype, corrupt manager. And, I think you get to Rocky V, it makes a lot of references to that. Like George Washington Duke is basically Don King by a different name. Yeah. And he's got like fighters that are basically just paper champions that he can discard when they've served their purpose. It's a lot of the same things. But obviously we can cover that as we get to it. But yeah, so I like, obviously the premise of it is nice and simple and elegant. Rocky's this down and out bum who's given a shot when Apollo Creed picks him to fight. He turns it down initially, which is like a really cool scene. He's almost terrified when he's given this opportunity. I think it's Jurgensen who brings him into his office and he's like, look, Apollo Creed wants to fight you. And Rocky thinks he's just going to be a sparring partner. It's like, no, he wants to fight you for the title. And Rocky's like, no, I don't think that'd be a good fight. He just wants to walk away, which you kind of would. Like it would be so overwhelming and so beyond anything you could have expected. You'd be like, oh, I don't know, that's just nothing I could do. Like I can't fight the heavyweight champ. That's ridiculous. And it's only like, when he gets a bit of persuasion that he takes on the fight, and that's what sets it in motion, I suppose.
And he mentions the fee as well, doesn't he? He says 150,000 for you. So it's like, wow.
In 70s money, that's a fair old whack, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a lot of money to say no to.
And he didn't clear that much, not even close.
No, 37 after tax.
37
yeah, what the fuck?
Out of 150,000, he takes 37.
Yeah, it's like 70% tax or something.
Yeah. Still, you got to break a lot of thumbs for that kind of scratch. So, Gazzo, it's a good day.
Gazzo was a good-hearted loan shark.
He was. I tell you to break his thumbs, you don't break them. You make me look bad, Rock. Bad,
Rock. How do you spell Del Rio? Look up in
the dictionary.
Take her to the zoo.
Take her to the
zoo.
Take her to the zoo. I should have broke your thumbs.
3 times like the animals. That's what I hear.
Those guys like Gazzo's enforcers, they are just absolute dicks to Rocky, aren't they?
Yeah.
Some guys they just hate for no reason, Rock. You just gotta, here's some money. Take her out somewhere nice, okay? Take her to the zoo.
Take her to the zoo.
In Rocky 3, when Apollo takes over, go to the zoo. In Rocky 4, is it?
Well, no, in Rocky 2, I think they go to the zoo. Like it's winter time, and it's like snow and the place is deserted.
He took her advice. That's right. Hey, Adrian, you like this place? I hear you. It's good. Recommended for you.
This poor tiger's outside covered in fucking snow. It's just like, oh my god. Hey, Mr. Tiger, we just got engaged. The tiger's like, oh, fuck off, man. I'm freezing.
Give me my meat.
Yeah.
Cut Is it time to cut? I'm freezing my hands off out here.
My pulse. Yeah.
You want audition for the Lion King, you bastards.
It does bring us along to the other major character in the movie, obviously, though. It's Adrian that we haven't really talked about much. Played by Talia Shire.
Talia,
what I like about this is that like neither Rocky nor Adrian are like particularly beautiful people. They feel like more like real everyday folks. She's all like mousy and she always wears like huge sweaters and stuff, and like she's got big glasses on. She doesn't look all that special, but Rocky sees something in her, and like you get the impression he's been like following her for a while, like trying to persuade her to go on a date. He'd probably get me too'd if this was going on nowadays, because like he's being too insistent.
Well, it's a brazen display of heterosexuality, which I find shocking and inappropriate in the extreme.
Well, yeah, because like, later on,
it was like 10 minutes date is like the longest date in movie history.
Yeah, but then later on, like he takes her back to his apartment, and like she kind of tries to leave, and he's like, "Nah, you're not going anywhere." Like pins her against the wall.
And it's like the lotion on its skin, Adrian.
Yeah, it's like
it rubs the lotion on its skin. Okay.
I call my brother to tell him where I am. I'll call him. Hey, Paulie, your sister's in my house.
Hey. And if she doesn't rub the lotion on, she gets the hose again. Okay, I'll see you later.
Yeah, I thought it was quite an awkward scene. I was getting a bit,
Well, it is. Yeah, he's kind of like, because he's gentle but forceful at the same time. Like he doesn't hurt her, but he's like, very much. I want this now, and it's going to happen.
Well, he said, regardless, I'm going to kiss you. You don't have to kiss me, but I'm going to kiss you, and it's just like, oh my god.
You know what I love as well? Like he takes her glasses off and she doesn't really wear them for the rest of the movie. Yeah. But it's like she's wearing them for a fucking reason. Like she can't see. I'd love the idea that like he takes them off and then she leaves at the end of the day and gets run over because she didn't see a fucking car coming.
I keep waiting for that to happen because he runs in the middle of the street and doesn't look both ways, and he's like throwing his ball. I'm waiting, for a bus to come on and just fucking kill him.
Hey, I took her glasses off because it makes it that much harder to find the doorknob. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, Rocky's got a plan.
It's sad that we have to think this way, that we've been conditioned to even like joke about this kind of shit. It's like obviously she had been wanting to be with him for a long time. The way that she ignores him until he leaves the pet shop. He says goodbye, Adrian, and she looks up suddenly. Goodbye, Rocky, all eagerly. She was extremely shy. He knows she's shy. He's gotten the messages from her. He knows. He's just trying to break down her walls of reticence and allow her desire to blossom. I mean, that's honestly. I mean, that's what it is.
I used to date this girl once, and we used to go on double dates because her and a mate. I knew her mate first before I knew her, and then it was me and one of the guys from the cricket club, and he was seeing the one that I knew first, and then so we sort of met each other through those two, and then we sort of we're kind of dating, but nothing was happening, and the mate just kept saying to me, "You've got to be forceful with her. She's really shy. You've just got to be forceful." So we're going back to his apartments at night and stuff, and they're going in one room and we're in the other room, and she's like, just be forceful with her. She's like, oh my god. But in those days you're just like, okay, I'm gonna try, see what happens. Nowadays, holy shit, I'll be like, no.
You'd have to get written confirmation like 2 weeks in advance. You're allowed to do it.
Oh man, it used to be a funnier and cooler world. I remember a scene in What's Up, Doc by Peter Bogdanovich that starred Ryan O'Neal and Barbara Streisand back in the 70s. And there's one thing where these guys are trying to keep this socialite from going back up to her room, and the guy says, "You've got to stop her." He says, "How?" He says, "Use your charm." He says, "Use my charm." And he goes up to her and trips her. Trips her again. He helps her up, and then he trips her again. And then, like later on, the elevator doors open, and we see her fall out of the elevator. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry." And picks her up, trips her again.
Use the force. Use the force.
That was comedy. God damn it! That was comedy.
Oh man.
Slapstick.
The thing is, like, if this movie conformed to like today's ideals of how Rocky should conduct himself, like he and Adrian never would have got together, and she would have died an old, like, lonely woman. You know, she never would have met anyone. Yeah, she would have died an old spinster.
Well,
she'd probably be like a librarian or something horrific like that.
Rocky would have been jailed for attempted rape.
Yeah.
Like, you brought me the ocean.
Me too. Rocky Balboa, hashtag me too. Oh no.
That's right.
Rocky is cancelled.
Yeah.
Poor Rocky. But it's like, you know, that look, romance is a difficult thing. And, you know, that's the problem is these SJWs are going to make the human race go extinct because now it's going to take a special kind of balls to ever hit on a woman and risk humiliation and being pound me too'd and you know, tweeted about and mocked and hidden video, you know, about your clumsy advance when, you know, which could be misconstrued because it's not always easy for a lot of guys to approach women. So yeah, you know, you've got to have like super duper cojones these days to even attempt to score, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a strange, brave new world, I guess. Stunning and brave, I guess. Just to let chat know, by the way, like I'm keeping an eye on everything that's coming through, and obviously we will do all the super chats. We do that more towards the end, so you will not be forgotten. Don't worry. Yeah, so Rocky and Adrian, they go on their date. They go to like an ice rink, which is empty, and it's another sign of the low budget of this movie. They were meant to have that place populated with extras, but they didn't have the funds to pay people, so they just had to wait until it was closed for the night and shoot in an empty like ice rink. But again, I think it just plays in nicely. Like nothing's ever like picture postcard perfect for them. It just has to be like Rocky improvising things as he goes, and you know, he has to bribe the guy to let them ice skate together for like 5 minutes, and the guy's constantly calling out like, "Oh, you got 2 minutes left."
I just thought that scene was so charming because, you know, she likes ice skating, he can't ice skate, can't catch a break, it's closed, it's Thanksgiving, he's paying $10 for 10 minutes. And he's there just trying to get to know her. She's coming out of a shell a bit because she's doing something she enjoys. And then he's just got this guy going, 7 more minutes!
Yeah.
It's like, I'm trying to woo her here, for God's sake.
Yeah, it's just hilarious. Every time we were shouting, I just kept laughing my ass off. It was just brilliant. Thought it worked perfectly for them.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. It's like it's all kind of unconventional and a bit quirky and different, and that's where the movie excels, and that's where it's like a reflection of, I guess, real life. Like you go on dates, they often don't work out perfectly, and shit goes wrong, and you kind of have to just like improvise stuff along the way, and that's just how it is, and that's what people can relate to. That's Rocky's world. It's good people trying to make the best of their situation, I suppose.
Exactly. Sometimes weddings go like that too. Trust me. They just kind of go sideways.
Sometimes funerals go like that in Scotland, mate. It's great.
Charming scene. I thought that was.
But yeah, you also get to meet Polly, who's something special. It's interesting because the later movies just make Polly out to be this sort of good-natured comedy figure, but when you look at him in the first movie, he's actually a real mean bastard. Like he's abusive towards Adrian. You know, he's constantly putting her down. He threatens violence against Rocky. He's just like an angry, drunk man who's never gone anywhere in life.
Yeah, so that's Rocky. At one point, he says, "If my sister's giving you trouble, just smash your teeth in."
Yeah,
and Rocky's just like, you know, I kind of like a teeth where they are.
I prefer the lotion in the hole.
Yeah.
Is it Rocky 3 when Apollo starts training? When, you know, Burgess Meredith dies and Apollo starts training Rocky, and freaking Mickey's there in the gym with them all. He's just like, "Hey, I got a bit of a rep. I don't like these guys. And he's clearly saying, I don't like black people.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's just like, what? And then Rocky's just like, well, what did they ever do to you? No. Rocky says, well, they probably hate you too. And then Ricky just says, well, what did I ever do to them?
Yeah, very funny.
This is yeah. Like, well, okay, so Mickey's just a massive racist and a woman basher. Okay, and an alcoholic.
Yeah, Paulie is.
He wants that job from Gazzo in the first movie so bad. And, Rocky's trying to look out for him going, this isn't a good job for you. It wouldn't be, because you'd probably really excel at it and it'd be really bad. And then, but Paulie, after he gets really violent with a freaking bat and he's like beating the crap out of everything,
Silver
and Adrian, and then he breaks down and he goes like, I can't do this meat thing anymore. Like, because he works in this really drab, slaughterhouse basically. And and this was back in the 70s when they didn't care about working environments or anything like that. And it looked like hell to work in.
Have you ever worked in a place like that?
Have I?
Like a meat packing plant?
Any of you?
No.
No, when I was at uni, right, and we needed money, we you go to these agencies, these job agencies, and they'd give you temporary work. And one of the temporary places near to me at uni was this like refrigerator place like that. And we'd be going on 12-hour shifts, and we'd get 1 10-minute break after 4 hours. Then we'd get a half-hour lunch, and then another 10-minute break 4 hours before the end of the shift. And I tell you what, even doing it just for like 3 or 4 times a week for a few weeks at uni, you want to fucking kill yourself. Yeah. Those places are just cold, miserable. They stink. There's a stench which you just feel you can't get out of your nostrils. They're depressing. Oh my God, I could really empathize with Mickey in that cold place. It's just like, it's enough to drive you spare. It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he because Rocky actually ends up doing that work in the second movie, and you see that it's quite back-breaking work. Like, he comes home each night from doing it and he's like exhausted, and it's just an absolute grind. So yeah, working there day after day would be tough. But I think Paulie's just also kind of an innate dick. Like, he's I guess he's trapped in an unhappy life, and like all he's got is his sister, and he kind of just berates her, and probably he's part of the reason that she's so shy and mousy, because she's terrified of him. And it's only when she starts to move away from him that she kind of comes out of her shell and comes into her own. But yeah, like it's an interesting dynamic that it sets up, because Rocky never like fights Paulie. He never like really hurts him. It's like they've got this kind of weird on-off friendship where they, Paulie likes Rocky and kind of needs him in his life for a little bit of like, relief or whatever, but he also hates him and envies him. So it's a weird kind of combination for a character, but it works. And this is one of the reasons the movie is so well written. It can do kind of complex characters with lots of layers to them in a relatively short space of time.
Yeah, because Paulie loses that complexity later on.
He does, but that scene at Christmas when, it's a big scene when he goes in there with the bat and everything, and then Adrian attacks him and basically says, "What do I owe you, Paulie? What do I owe you?" And he just kind of breaks down and his voice gets real high, and he's vulnerable. And I think,
because you know what he says to her? He goes like, "You're damaged goods," and
yes, exactly.
She just loses her shit with him
all
and starts pounding him.
You're all dried up. Yeah, it's like I think Rocky. I think Rocky feels very sorry for Paulie, because, in a sense, they're both losers, but Paulie has no way out. Rocky was able to get out, but for the grace of God goes Rocky with Paulie. I mean, at least Rocky had this little way out, and Paulie just doesn't. Paulie's life is hopeless.
Yeah, Rocky's got a skill set, and Paulie just doesn't have a skill set,
and so he feels sorry for him. He feels a great deal of compassion for everybody, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the good lines that Rocky gives to Paulie in Rocky 3 is like, Polly's a drunkard and he's been arrested and stuff, and Rocky goes to his jail to bail him out. And Polly's having this big rant about how he's a loser and like everything's so unfair and everything like that. And Rocky's doing so well, but he's like being left behind. And Rocky says to him, "You're not a loser and you're not a bum. Sorry, you're not. You're not worthless. You're just a jealous, lazy bum."
Yeah,
and that sums him up perfectly. It's like you could have done something with your life, but instead you just focused everything on being resentful and envious of other people.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it. You saw it when Rocky's beginning to get a little bit successful, and he's just getting. You can see him sat there with just resentment in his eyes and drinking at the fights and getting himself wound up. And then when he sees like pinball machines later on, just like throwing the shit at the pinball machines, it's just. I think he's just so frustrated with his life because he thinks, I think, as Rocky, almost like a kindred spirit, somebody on his level, but he isn't because he can fight and he can do something.
Yeah, so he sees.
Paulie just can't.
Rocky's obviously rising up in the world, and he's taking Adrian with him, and so Paulie, I guess, feels like he's being left behind while everyone else is moving up in life, and that just feeds into his anger and his frustration.
But Paulie is not a bad guy. I mean, when, for example, Rocky is down, then he's over, by the boat yards. I don't know if he's doing stuff for Gazzo. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but he buys the car off of Rocky. Yeah. But he's not doing it in a way that is, kind of like rubbing it in or anything. I mean, anytime you need it, just let me know, Rock. And so, he's not somebody that if he gets a little bit of luck, that he's going to turn into a dick or anything.
Is it in Rocky 4 or 5? He has Rocky 5, I think. He has the Trans Am back in the driveway. He's washing the Trans Am, isn't he?
Well, I think in Rocky 2, like he has to sell the car to Paulie because money's getting tight and stuff.
Yeah.
But then I think when you see him doing his training montage, he's got it back. So I presume he's been given a payment for the fight, or Paulie's giving it back to him, or whatever. So he's got the car back,
or Paulie's letting him use it. That's also possible. I mean, Rocky might just let him keep it, because it was a good deal for him. But Paulie did let him use it, like let him drive it to the fight. Which he was late for, by the way, and then he stops by the fucking church. That was silly, but anyway, go ahead.
Chat's mentioning as well, Rocky couldn't drive the fucking thing anyway. All those poor trash cans.
Yeah, yep. He took his driving lessons from Captain Kirk.
Yeah, I thought I was watching an episode of The Naked Gun, Police Squad or something.
But yeah, so those are all your main characters, and you get some great kind of complex relationships between them. I just love how the relationships in this are so fiery and so intense and so up and down. But that's how it kind of is sometimes with people. People sometimes run hot and cold, I suppose, and you can fall out with friends. And Rocky has some blazing rows with Mickey. He has blazing rows with Paulie. But ultimately, they all kind of coalesce around him as he prepares for his fight with Apollo Creed. And I guess that's one of the elements of the film. Like everyone's kind of pulled along a little bit with Rocky, and they're all kind of made better people. They're all given a sort of chance of redemption through his fight.
Because it's Burgess Meredith's last chance. It's essentially Rocky's only chance. Paulie himself, he thinks he's getting left behind, but he's not, because Paulie and Adrian kind of come as a couple anyway, because they're sort of their fraternal and sister relationship just seems to be so rooted together that you always see Paulie at the house. They've clearly taken him in, so he's not ever left behind. So everyone gets elevated by the process, ultimately.
Yeah. I do love how he's just living with them in Rocky 4, and he's like going around in his vest with beer, just like all hours of the day, just like not giving a shit.
Yeah. Putting beer into champagne glasses, I think.
It's Rocky 5. Yo, Paulie, it's like 9 a.m. Shut up, Rock.
There's a scene. Well, we'll get there, but there's a scene in Rocky 4 that kind of caps Paulie's journey. Even though he does become kind of a joke in 3 and 4, but there's one little scene when they're walking out to the fight where he's like, I wish I could walk out of myself and be you, That was a cool scene. That kind of
he gives it's a really weird thing he says. It's like, if I could unzip myself and step into someone else, I'd want it to be you. I get the intent, Polly, but don't do that.
He gets those again.
Want to unzip myself and slip into somebody, Rock? Are you available?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't normally sling that way, Polly, but okay.
You kiss him afterwards too. So
yeah.
Rocky, one man's homoerotic journey into discovery.
It is, that's his real character arc, I think. But it does bring you to, you get the Mickey has agreed to train Rocky, and after their big stormy argument, Rocky accepts his help, and you get the iconic Rocky training montage, which is just, it's scored to that absolutely perfect Bill Conti music that every guy in the world who's ever gone to the gym to lift weights or whatever has listened to that at some point. It's just one of those perfect things that it just gets you fired up. It's one of those films.
Do you think that's great? And don't get me wrong, it is phenomenal. And then when you hit Rocky 3 and you get Eye of the Tiger, it's like it just hits another gear.
Yeah.
The Eye of the Tiger is just the one that we played over and over and over again when we were kids. Just epic.
Well, it was a pop hit, but I mean, in terms of being a film score, I think Bill Conti's score to Rocky is a classic, and I think that track is kind of unbeatable. I like Eye of the Tiger fine, but
the one that's the most like over the top and extreme is Hearts on Fire from Rocky 4.
Right.
That's when Rocky's like lifting tractors and shit and screaming, Drago!
Like the Misty Mountains, he's up there, like by himself. I don't know how the hell he got up there, but I love how the movies start out. Like they start out with that Bill Conti theme, and you got the big Rocky graphic go like right across the screen. I mean, that sets the tone. I mean, I love it, and it's simple, and it has little Rocky scrolling across, and then it takes the theme up a little bit, and then you're into the movie. And I don't know, that's a good start is what gets me, man. I love.
I'll raise you there, Gary. Is the Rocky franchise the only franchise to have a previously on Rocky bit at the beginning of the movie? Because after the first one, every movie starts with the end of the previous film.
It does, yeah, you're right.
And I don't know another series, another franchise that has done that from film to film to film to film.
I think that's a good point. Yeah.
I think some of the Star Trek movies did it. I know Star Trek 3 like recanted the last few scenes from the previous one.
That's
but
the only one.
It wasn't really like a set thing that they did.
Yeah.
Rocky could be the only one.
Previously on Rocky 2.
Previously on Lord of the Rings. They could have got away with it there. But it really was just kind of a cheesy way to, squeeze out a few free minutes of production time using, the end of the fight. But since it's the fight, everybody likes to see a fight replay. And generally, they were germane to what was coming. So, it made sense. I think it was
it made sense. Yeah, it's
good cost-cutting feature.
Never seen it before in another film. And
same Karate Kid, which are like Rocky films.
They are basically, yeah.
Yes.
Karate.
Yeah, that's true.
Previously on James Bond.
Yeah. What is I'm trying to think as well. What is the reason Adrian doesn't go to the fight initially?
Pregnancy.
Because
she hemorrhages from her pregnancy and she goes into a coma.
No, that's Rocky 2.
No, that's Rocky 2. I think she just doesn't want to see him get beaten down.
The first one? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to watch the pain that he's going to go through. But then she has to run to him at the end. It's kind of like Gary Cooper in High Noon, where
Rocky tells her to stay in the changing room. He says, "You stay here."
Yeah.
I don't think Rocky wanted to see
wanted her to see it.
The beating that he was probably going to get, or what he thought he was going to get.
Have any of you guys? Yeah, I mean, just as a slight tangent, have any of you guys seen The Wrestler?
No, I haven't.
Mickey
Okay.
Rooney.
Mickey Rourke.
Yeah, Mickey Rourke. Yeah,
Not Mickey
Because-
Rooney.
Mickey Rooney. That would be a very different
It
film.
was a short film.
Yeah,
I want to see that movie.
yeah, that should have been done. But that movie subverts that moment when Adrian comes running in and you see her in the tunnel, like watching Rocky's last round, because as Mickey Rourke is going through his sort of final wrestling match, he looks up towards the balcony where he expects to see Marissa Tomei, and she's gone. She doesn't want to watch his fight, and that's like almost kind of breaks his spirit, like seeing her not there, and he realizes that he's got nothing in life apart from like the wrestling match that he's doing. And it's just I like that how it took that iconic moment from Rocky and just reversed it, because the character's gone on a completely different trajectory. Like Rocky was all about like, you know, building himself up and succeeding or whatever, and like this one's about a man breaking down and losing everything. But yeah, just a little tangent there. I wasn't sure if you guys had ever seen it, but The Wrestler is a fantastic film.
Which happened.
I would. Sorry, go on, Gary.
No, I was just going to say that's more realistic. That's what happens to most of them. Not all of them are George Foreman. Or I mean, look what happened to all the wrestlers afterwards. I mean, so many of them are dead now.
Yeah.
I would say, you know, look at films like The Champ with John Voight, that probably wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Rocky. You know, you got to think that film probably was spawned because of the success of the first Rocky film, and that depicts a much more tragic story in a boxer trying to succeed's life. I don't know if any of you have seen it, The Champ.
No, I haven't seen it.
Long time ago. Yes.
Well, it's basically about, you know, a boxer who's kind of coming to the end of the career, kind of got a last couple of shots at the big time relationship with his son, and then in his fight he actually gets killed in the fight, the last fight. So it's kind of like a really sort of like sad film all in all. But you know, it's just taking Rocky kind of legitimized these sort of, you know, taking sports movies and instead of just making them propaganda, which ironically Rocky devolves into, he gave them credibility. So, you know, you have these real credible, powerful stories that were told, I think, because of this movie.
Yeah.
With little Ricky Schroeder.
With Mickey Rooney.
with Mickey Rooney. Yeah.
Little Mickey Rooney.
Little Mickey Rooney.
Oh my God! Yeah, go to punch, mate.
I think I didn't watch it because, you know, with Ricky Schroeder on the posters with him, you know, and called The Champ, seemed to me something along the lines of the computer that wore tennis shoes or some shit. You know, it looked like a warm family film. I didn't know that he croaks at the end. I had no idea. Just looked like a happy little happy, like the apple dumpling fucking gang or some Disney shit. So I
Everybody died at the end in the 70s.
Well, I would like to apologize for giving spoilers the way of a 1979 film.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 70s just seems like a really fucking depressing time. Like everything was hopeless, and yeah, things were falling apart. Everyone was sad.
And we liked it that way. God damn it! Taxi Driver's a masterpiece. All this happy shit is boring.
Yeah, that's true. But there was a few other elements that were victims of like Rocky's low budget, like the scene where the night before the fight, Rocky's in the arena by himself and he's looking around, and the poster has got Rocky wearing the wrong trunks. Or the wrong color, and that's actually real. Like they commissioned the poster and they got the colors mixed up, but there wasn't a budget to change it, so they were like, "Oh fuck it, we'll work around it." And so Rocky's, you know, says that line about like they got the trunks the wrong color, and Jurgensen shows up and he's like, "It doesn't matter, really, does it?" You know,
I think that was a great scene because to me it was just like nobody is looking past this guy. He's just filler. Everything about him is just filler for the night. So, you know, you got my shorts the wrong color, wrong way around. Whatever. You're gone tomorrow. You know, tonight you're getting your ass knocked out. Nobody's going to remember you from tomorrow onwards. We don't care. Whatever.
Yeah.
So I thought just a great little scene by accident.
Yeah, it plays in well. When Rocky comes in the robe, which is way too big for him. Again, that was a real wardrobe like problem where they got a robe that was way too big, and they were just like, well, we've got nothing else, so we'll just have to use that. And again, they worked it into the script just last minute.
Call back in the second film as well to that as well.
Kind of perfect.
Yeah,
I wish the back of his robe it said Chico bail bonds. Let's freedom ring, call back to the Bad News Bears, which is another tremendous, one of my favorite sports movies of all time, the Bad News Bears.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And obviously, like, I kind of missed
But
it when we were talking about the training.
All these things worked.
They absolutely do, yeah. And it's just like the ice rink that's empty, and the excuse me, all this like little improvisations that Rocky has to do. It just all figures into that feel of it being real and people making do with what they have, and it's like, yeah, that's good. I like it. And obviously, like the thing I didn't mention during the training montage is that it always finishes with Rocky climbing the steps at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Just that iconic moment with him silhouetted against the skyline. It's how many people have run up those steps just because of these movies?
Millions, I'd imagine. Millions, I know.
They had footage of a lot of them at the end of Rocky Balboa.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
They'd show all these people running up the steps and jumping up and down and recreating that iconic moment, which was kind of a cool little salute to the fans.
Yeah, I thought it was such a beautiful shot, though. He's doing this early morning. Philadelphia's just waking up. Sun is just beginning to rise, and he just had this, what for him was a terribly depressing place, and yet he's just there at the peak of it, just seeing it, and for some brief moment, it's just a beautiful, beautiful place.
Yeah. And the first time you see him do it, like he barely makes it up to the top. When he's just starting his training, he's winded and he's limping and he just, he's a broken man by the time he reaches the top of the steps. But then by the time you get to the training montage and he gets that victorious climb up the steps, like he's sprinting up it and he raises his hands in victory, and you just see the progression in him. He's come alive. He's found his cause to fight for. And it's brought his whole being is like different now.
I have a question for you guys. When I was a kid, I was pretty skinny guy. Was all through college, in fact. Couldn't gain weight no matter what. At school, I'd eat 2 lunches, 2 cakes, 2 milks. I mean, shit, it didn't matter. But am I the only one out of us 4 that has drank a glass full of raw eggs?
No,
I haven't.
I've never done it.
I did.
Oh,
how did it go down?
It was fine. I'm just glad I didn't drop dead. But then again, I also ate raw bacon because I liked the taste of it. It was great. So I don't know. I was a hardy kid. I just wanted to gain a little fucking weight, because I was a skinny lad, didn't know no good from bad, to quote Queen.
The Rocky movies was one of the motivators for me, I guess, to start working out and lifting weights and stuff, because like when I was a kid, I got to that age of like 13 or 14 and just shot up, and gained like 6 inches in height, like within the space of it seemed like 6 months or whatever. And so as a result, I was really tall but really skinny with it, and I was like, I have to do something to balance this out somehow, otherwise I look totally like a rake. And it just so happens that I started to see the Rocky movies on TV around about that time. They were always on at one point or another, but that's the point where they really caught my interest, and that then gave me the little kind of push in that direction. It's like, oh wait, you can do that. You can start training. You don't have to be an athlete to train. You can do it just for your own, well-being or whatever. And then that's how you go. It's not like I'm ever going to look like Stallone looks in the Rocky movies, but it's just it's something to shoot for, I suppose. Well, and it's probably been the same for many people.
Yes. No, it's very good for you. It's good for mind, body, and health. That's why it really sucks that our
that's why it's so great that it closed right now in the UK.
Yep, they're shutting down here too. Outside, we can do it outside.
Well, you still have raw eggs, guys.
Yeah, and raw bacon.
I'll never get raw bacon is good, man. No wonder those turtle fish go for that shit, man. It's good. I like raw meat. I really like. I'll eat it as rare as I can without dying. I just love raw meat.
I mean, yeah, I don't mind a sort of rare steak.
Well, rare.
But,
that's what I mean. But I mean,
yeah,
I don't eat it raw. But I mean, I do like it rare, medium rare at most.
Downstairs right now, so might be firing up a ribeye later.
Yeah,
there you go. I'm uncivil. Yeah. I want my stuff burnt. You got to burn that stuff.
Oh no, are you kidding?
Like rare, it's medium rare. Yeah, please.
Holy shit!
I like it I like it pink in the middle, not necessarily bloody. Then you lose the flavor a little bit, but pink is fine for me.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. You will.
That's how I like my steaks.
Well, now that we've all established how we like to eat our steaks, then we can move forward, I guess.
Oh, this is a man show.
I really want a steak now. Fuck.
I'll fast them up. But just referencing what you said about the motivation factor of and Rocky finding his desire. Remember, there is a point in the film where they say this where they're shocked at Rocky's kind of response in the corner. And they say this is meant to be a spectacle, but this guy's come to fight. So in their mind, it was always just a nice showboating experience for Apollo Creed, and then Rocky was just going to be some old chump. But he came to fight, and Apollo didn't really come to fight. He came to show off. Yeah.
Well, there's even a moment where they get into a clinch, I think, in the first round, and Rocky's obviously flagging already, and Apollo's been hitting them at will pretty much, and you hear Apollo say to him, like, "Come on, give the guys a show, will you?" And he he can just manhandle him around because he's bigger and stronger and all the rest of it, and that's when Rocky, like, you see a bit of defiance in him, and he pushes Apollo off, and he's like waves him in, like, "Come on, then," and it's. Yeah, you see like how one-sided this is. Apollo Creed just wants to put on a show for a couple of rounds and then drop him and then go home.
Yeah,
and obviously he doesn't get that. Rocky, he catches him with that wild hook that drops him, and from that point onward, that gives Rocky a little bit of confidence that, like, this guy's not indestructible. I can hurt him. I can stand my ground with him and go toe to toe. And for Apollo, it's like, oh shit, this guy's actually a threat. I need to take this fight seriously, but I'm not really prepared for it. I'm not in the best shape and all that. And yeah, it becomes like this sudden, unexpected contest when it wasn't meant to be. And even the commentators are shocked by it. But then you really get like that. It goes into a montage for the intervening rounds where you see both of them kind of taking a beating. Like Rocky's kind of on the worst end of it, but even Apollo's getting tired trying to knock him out, and it's you see him like slumped in his corner, like really struggling to draw breath. So both of them are hurting, and I think it makes for an interesting contest then.
Well, it does.
Go on.
No, I was just going to say when we get towards the end, and Doomcock can answer this question: do they still go 15 rounds, or did they cut that down?
Well, they don't go 15 rounds anymore, but in those days they did. 15 rounds was a hell of a war. In the old days, man, they would do even more than that. I mean, there were some fights that were just ungodly. Just
when they had the old rule set, basically rounds didn't have a set time limit. Like a round would end when someone got knocked down. So you could get knocked down after 10 seconds and that's the round over, and then you get back up again and then it would keep going, and it would just go until somebody couldn't get up anymore. So you used to have insane fights that would go like 120 rounds or something.
Insane.
But yeah, they dropped it to 15 set rounds of 3 minutes, and then it was 12, and then I think it's 10 now because they kind of
10
figured,
or even 8 depending on the level of the contention.
Because I think they realize like guys are properly tired in like the last 2 or 3 rounds, and that's when they don't get their hands up to protect themselves. That's when the brain damage happens. And
I love that scene when Rocky gets knocked down and then he finally gets back up, and Apollo looks at him like, "What the hell are you doing?" Dude?
That scene is legit one of my favorite scenes of all movies ever, because the music swells to an absolute crescendo. Like Rocky's been dropped. Mickey's telling him to stay down. He's like, "You've done enough. You don't need to get up again." That's the moment where Adrian comes into the arena and she's watching him like she's got tears in her eyes. And Rocky just like manages to struggle to his feet. Like Apollo's already celebrating, thinking he's won, and you just see him turn around and he sees Rocky on his feet again, waving him to come in.
Yeah.
And you just see it, like Apollo drops his head, like, oh,
Yes.
fuck, like, why
Unbelievable,
is he doing
yeah.
this? He's like, I can't, why is he putting us through this? You know, and he comes in, and that's when Rocky just goes in with that gut punch that hits him right in the ribs
repeatedly.
Yeah. And it's just,
and the music punctuates it perfectly. The Bill Conti score, dun dun dun.
Yep.
I mean, it's just like, wow, shit. And at that point, he's hurt. He's hurt.
Well, they're both hurt. You know, Apollo's bleeding internally. Rocky's eye is so badly swollen shut he can't see. They have to cut it to relieve the pressure, and you just get this spurt of blood right across him. You know, you even hear Mickey going like, "My God!" Like he's never seen anything like this before. It's just
cut me.
You go cut me.
Last film are stay down because they end so abruptly. You know, which was one of the great things about it. You guys mentioned earlier, you know, because it's been years since I watched the first one. You don't really hear the decision. You kind of hear it, and it's there. Because they said it was a split decision at first, and then you hear something in the background, and then Rocky starts yelling Adrian, and you don't care about it anymore.
Because of the emotional climax is exactly like in Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, I mean, it doesn't matter. You know, we've already defined what the terms of victory or defeat are. Rocky has self-respect now, and he also has love, and these are the two things that matter most to him. The decision is irrelevant.
And it's all started from this little scene. And you're right, by the way, this little scene in the beginning when he's looking at, you know, he gets home from his first fight, you know, beating that tomato can spider. And you see that they make $65 a fight or something like that. Then they only go home with $40, and he feeds his turtles, and he looks at in the mirror, and you see a little picture of you know, Rocky when he was a kid, a little Sylvester Stallone. He's just staring at it, like, and you can tell it's like, what am I doing with my life? And it all carries forward. And it's nothing said right there at all. And that's you know, we were spoiled in the 70s and 80s. Doomcock, we've talked about this a lot. And I thought it would go on forever. I thought we'd get films like this forever, and they would just continue getting better. And no, they just got more.
And you know, the music in that scene, Gary, that you're talking about, he's listening to a song on the radio.
Yes.
And when he's looking in that, the song on the radio starts having this weird kind of this kind of escalating kind of horn pedal note that has a feeling of rising pressure in the scene. It's brilliantly done.
Yes. No, this thing is like the perfect amalgamation of just, you know, visual storytelling and music. And it shows the importance of a good soundtrack. And this is a classic. I mean, you were hearing stuff off the soundtrack on the regular radio back in the day, and that was a big deal, you know. And this was prior to Star Wars when that started happening too. So this was the advent of the blockbuster film was just, you know, coming around, and this was one of the first. This and Jaws, and it was a cultural phenomenon then. And it morphed into something strange, and it lasted so long. And remember, you know, we got 4 Rocky films, but then we joke about this. And remember in Airplane, there was like Rocky, or Airplane 2, it was Rocky 37 or something. And think of it now, we got 22 Marvel films in a blink of an eye. You know,
I you know, I love right at the end of their fight, like Rocky's got Apollo on the ropes, and he's just swinging wildly at him to try and drop him, but like he's completely exhausted as well. Like he can barely lift his arms. And when the bell rings and they excuse me, they go into like a clinch, like you hear Apollo sort of gasp, like there ain't going to be no rematch. And you hear Rocky just go, I don't want one.
You know? That's right.
It's like, I don't want to go through this shit again.
But now I have to rain on the parade just a little bit and talk about the fights themselves. Now, the great problem, I kind of binged everything last night. I watched everything. except for the first one, but I've seen that 50 million times, so I didn't have to. But the primary method that Rocky has for blocking punches is with his head.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is it.
Yeah.
And you know what? Fuck. After a while, it just becomes kind of embarrassing that this guy does not simply know how to raise his hands and block punches. And this is a problem.
The Drago fight is absolute insanity. Where there's scenes where Drago winds back his arm all the way, punches him full in the face. It's like that would drop any human on the planet with one punch, and Rocky's just taking it. Like I get it's like the 80s and it has to be like over the top, but that's just like any real boxing fan would be watching that.
Did he jump at one point and throw a punch at the same time?
Yeah, because he pins Rocky against the corner post. He grabs him with one glove by his throat and then leaps up and smashes him.
Superman punch, finish it. Like Jesus Christ, people.
Yeah.
This is very bad problem.
It is, yeah, and like because you see on the machine that Drago hits 1,500 pounds per square inch of pressure.
No, sir.
That's all on Rocky's face.
No, sir. It's 1,850.
Yeah.
1,800.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So,
yeah.
And they said the normal heavyweight lands 800. So but they just conveniently forget about this. It's like, well, I have to block it even harder with my head. It's like that's
where the Russians all, where all their technology. I think the whole point was all their technology was flawed. Ultimately, because they were essentially just pumping him full of drugs, so the technology might not have actually been correct per se. And then Rocky, of course, was doing everything that Drago was doing training wise, but organically.
It was the morality tale of like,
it's like technology versus
Well, yeah, but I don't care if
gumption,
it's just the ordinary heavyweight. You can't stand there and do head foo. Basically, my primary weapon is my head. I'm blocking punches with my fucking head. It doesn't work.
Well, every time he gets hit in the head, I'm just thinking, well, there's a point. Oh, there's another point. There's a point. There's a point. There's a point. There's another point. It's like Apollo's scorecard. I no wonder he won on points. His scorecard must have been astronomical compared to the Rockies.
Yeah. What's interesting is, and I guess we'll get to it properly when we go, but the fight with Mr. T or Clubber Lang, in Rocky 3, that's in some ways it's more like that's the one time when Rocky actually uses some kind of technique where he blocks a lot of them. He does like the rope-a-dope thing where he tries to draw him in and he ducks aside. He gets his arms up quite a bit. So it's like, oh wow, he actually can block punches.
Yeah.
Rocky but that's when he loses. You see, that's when he loses. It's like he abandons his head foo, and he can't prevail.
Yeah, but Rocky 2, the one thing I did notice about that one, the fight, is like if you watch it carefully, there's a lot of times when Carl Weathers, like his punches fall way short of Stallone's face, at least a foot short. And it's real quick, so like you maybe don't notice it unless you slow it down a little, but it's like, whoa, that was some sloppy choreography right there.
Happens all the time. I mean, a lot of that going on. So maybe, I'm not that stupid. I didn't have to block anything. He was missing. So I don't know. So his head would snap back every single time. I don't know.
The funny thing as well about Rocky 2 is like they have this big strategy where he's going to fight like conventional instead of southpaw, and that's going to confuse Apollo Creed, and it does absolutely fuck all. Like he just carries on the fight as if nothing's going on. But the only reason they had to do that was because Stallone injured himself in training before the movie started. He really badly tore his pectoral muscle, and so he couldn't basically use his left arm properly. And he had to protect it while it healed up, but they didn't have time to delay the movie. So they were like, we'll come up with this thing where you reverse your stance. So you're throwing your crosses with your right hand instead of your left.
So the whole thing that was actually his main reason for causing him problems, they got rid of.
Yeah. He got injured basically, and they had to come up with some reason why he wasn't fighting southpaw. So there you go.
I didn't know that. I did not.
I didn't either. That's interesting.
You can kind of see it in his later movies. Like one side of his chest is kind of like differently shaped from the other, and it's because he tore the muscle so badly. Like they had to like put like steel wire and shit in there to try and fix it.
Yeah.
Damn.
It takes a long time for the torn muscles to heal. I tore my thigh muscle playing softball, and it took 4 years for that thing to feel normal again.
What?
It sucked. Yeah, playing stupid softball too. Helps to stretch, kids. Remember to stretch before you play softball, especially when you're old.
But talking about Rocky 2, like, because I know we kind of got to the end of the first one, which was fantastic. Rocky 2's got a bad rep as being like this really underwhelming sequel that's like not that imaginative. But I honestly have a really soft spot for it. Like, I actually think it carries on a lot of the character arcs really well, and it is a logical story based on what happens in the first one. You've got Rocky trying to move beyond boxing, and he tries to get into like commercials, and none of that works because he's really monotone and he can't read properly, and it's all like really cringy when he's trying to do his lines, and Apollo Creed, on the other hand, is like getting bombarded with hate from his fans because they either think he threw the fight against Rocky or that he's like incompetent.
His Twitter followers are having a go at him, aren't they?
Yeah, like this was in the days when if you wanted to send hate mail, you had to write a fucking letter and post it. Like,
but one of the letters was just like perfect Twitter. It was just like, "You're no champ. You're a fraud. Go kill yourself." It's like, oh my god, it's Twitter.
It is.
It's like, the fight was a fake. You're a fake. Go die.
Yeah.
Those were the old days when like your hate had to make you write a letter and then put a stamp on it and send it to somebody. That's for hate.
That's proper
that
hate.
took real effort.
I will pay to insult you, sir. I will pay to insult you.
Yeah, absolutely. But it sets up a good dynamic, and it gives Apollo Creed a logical reason for wanting to do a rematch. His pride has been wounded by this first fight. He couldn't, as hard as he tried, he got the decision. He won on points, but he couldn't drop Rocky, and so he has to avenge that insult, that humiliation, and that's why he relentlessly pursues Rocky throughout the movie to get him to do another fight.
Yeah, because most people, by the looks of it, thought that the whole event was a staged
event. Sorry to jump out. I'll be right back. Okay.
Sure. No worries, man.
Thanks.
Yeah. And so, it gives him an understandable reason. And I really like the scene between him and Duke, his trainer, where, he says to him, like, look, I saw you beat that man like I've never saw anyone get beat before in my life. And he just kept coming after you.
Yeah.
We don't need that kind of guy. And he's like, I know what he did to you, and I know how angry you are, but please just let it go. Yeah. And you get this moment where you almost see like he might do it, like he almost sees the danger that he's in, but he just can't let it go. He has to go for the fight, and he's like, yeah, no, thanks for your advice, but I'm doing it anyway. And that right there is Apollo Creed's weakness, is his pride.
Pride, yeah, and it's pride that causes his death.
Rocky becomes kind of his white whale, I mean, he goes after him. And,
he's Captain
his downfall.
Yeah.
Well, like he says during, when he's in that conversation, it's like, I won, but I didn't beat him. Mm-hmm. I got the points decision, but I couldn't beat the man, and I can't let that stand.
But he's lying to himself, critical drinker. That's the thing. And Rocky knows it, and he knows it, because in the hospital, when Rocky goes and he's lying there in bed, and he says, Apollo, excuse me. What? He says, I just want to know, did you give me your best? And he said, yeah. So, I mean, and now he's hurt. His pride is hurt. He's revising it. He's making excuses. He wants another shot. It hurts him deeply.
Yeah, and it would, because if you're the champion of the world and you think you're pretty much unstoppable, and some fucking bum from Philly, like, almost, like, it takes you right down to the final bell and almost drops you, like, man, you are going to be pissed, and you're going to be shaken by it, and you're going to need to put that guy away so that you can move on and get your confidence back. I can totally understand that, like, where he's coming from in that.
He was psychologically broken, not physically broken. I mean, sure, he was in hospital for a bit with Rocky, but he was psychologically broken because this is a person who has never thought of this happening to him. And so it became a war of attrition. It became, even though he gave his all in the first one, he had to do it again, and he had to get a different result. It was almost like the definition of insanity, but he had to do it.
Well, what's interesting is he does, because this time he's all business and he trains hard as fuck. You see him plow through a bunch of sparring partners and he just like dominates everyone he's up against. And when he gets into the ring with Rocky, it is a much more one-sided fight than the first one. Like Apollo Creed is going for the knockout right away, and he dominates most of the fight, but he exhausts himself trying to knock Rocky out. That's the one thing he can't do. And like it comes right down to that final round, whereas his trainer's pleading with him. It's like, look, don't go for the knockout. You've got this fight won already. Just stay back and win on points. And he's like, no, I'm going to go for the knockout. Like I've got to end this. And that's like the perfect, culmination of that kind of that hubris for him. He can't let it go. He can't just win on points again. He has to beat Rocky and knock him out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I felt like on this movie that the first 30 minutes, other than the stuff with Creed, I felt that it dragged in the first kind of 30 minutes. Just kind of, I was.
It is, because it's Rocky kind of moving on in his life, isn't it? Like
right.
he's got this small fortune from the first fight, like what is it, 30, 40 grand or whatever?
37 grand, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
So like not much in today's money, but I guess back then it was a bit, last year for a while. And he just goes on a spending spree, and I think that's a good insight into Rocky's character. Like he just buys a car, he buys like stuff for Adrian, they buy a house, and he doesn't even look at the upstairs. He's just like, I'm sure it's fine. He's like a man who's with the woman he loves. He's got money for the first time in his life, and he's just kind of blinded by happiness. And so he's not even really like planning ahead or thinking about anything. He's just like, I'm just enjoying this.
He lives in the moment. I mean, he really lives in the moment. And that's one of the reasons maybe, he felt like he was a bum. It's like, well, no, I think in general, Rocky has been a fairly happy guy to live in the moment as long as he's got friends and, going by Adrian and the dog, Bupkis, he's a simple man. He's not somebody that needs all this stuff for its own sake. What he really needed was a feeling of self-respect. And I think one of the terrible things about Rocky 2, unfortunately, is the eye injury. So they tell him, if you fight again, you may go blind. And it's like, and what does he do in the fight? He blocks all the punches with his face and does not cover up, does not protect his right eye. And you know what? Miraculously, the eye injury is never an issue again.
Never an issue
again.
It's kind of like the brain damage after Rocky 4.
Exactly.
When it's obviously a big problem in Rocky 5, but then you get Rocky Balboa, and it's like it's never really talked about. It's like,
right.
I'm pretty sure brain damage doesn't just go away, but like, it was obviously just it was like a vehicle in this movie, or a plot device, so that like, you shouldn't fight again because you've got this problem with your eye. You've got shitty peripheral vision now, so you can't see punches coming. Like Mickey lamps him one because like it's his bad side, and Rocky doesn't even see the punch coming at one point. He's like, and Mickey even says to him, like, look, that was just an old pug like me that hit you there. Like, what do you think Apollo Creed would do to you if he hit you like that?
Which is one of the best scenes in the movie. I mean, that scene right there where he walks up the stairs to Mick and Mick is like, you want to fight? Okay, hold on. Indulge me. Look at my finger, and he slaps him. He says, that was from a broken down old pug like me. What do you think that Apollo Creed is going to do to you? That was a shocking.
Because Rocky had said he disrespected him, hadn't he? Because like he does the little thing with his finger to see what his peripheral vision is like, and Rocky didn't see it moving, and he's like, you've got the heart, but you ain't got the tools no more. And Rocky's like, well, maybe it's you that ain't got it, Mick. And Mickey just pauses for a second, and then he hits him, and Rocky's kind of shocked by it, and you see the anger in Mickey's like face, and it's just that little warning of like. I'm proving a point, but I'm also saying to you, like, don't fuck around with me, like, don't disrespect me. That's great little scene, like you say. Like both actors play it greatly.
But it just never plays a part again, which is a shame. Because it would have been an interesting would have been an interesting aspect of the story if
Can I also ask, like, how many times does Rocky either retire or say he's going to retire throughout these
every match?
Every couple of every 30-minute segment, I think he says, "I'm stepping down. I ain't doing this no more."
Yeah, like he retires in 2, like in the beginning of 2, and then he comes back for his fight, and then in 3, it's like he's wanting to have that final fight with Clubber Lang. But he gets beaten, so he has to rematch with him, and it's like, yeah, he's going to retire after this, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he doesn't, and then it's like Rocky 4, he drops his title to fight Drago, so he's kind of like semi-retired then. Then he retires properly in 5, and then he comes back in 6. It's like, you can't keep playing that same card over and over again.
So he's actually a regular boxer then, because that's pretty much what regular boxers are doing nowadays. How many times have they come out of retirement? We've got Mike Tyson coming out of retirement at the moment, fighting again. We've had Evander Holyfield come out of retirement twice. So it is a bit of a joke, but at the same time, it's these people that can't it's their only way to earn money, and so it's the only thing that they can do. And so if they want to earn it, they got to come out of retirement. They got to take that fight.
I think there's also like the not the pride aspect, but the attention, the having a purpose, something to strive for. Because a lot of these boxers, they retire in their mid-30s, and shit, man, you've got a long life ahead of you.
Well, that's what Apollo said. To do. He's like, what do we do? We're too young.
Yeah.
We're too young for this. We're retiring, and we're too young. And I think the reason why Apollo obviously fights in 4 is because he has struggled the most at being what is he, probably around mid-30s in number 3. So he's probably like late 30s in number 4, let's just say. So
I think he's a couple of years older than Rocky. So I think he's about 40 in 4.
Yeah, okay. So let's say around 40, early 40s. So he's still young and still got plenty of life ahead. Yet he's retired. And so when you've had that, you hear this a lot with wrestlers. When you have that adulation, when you have that crowd cheering every night, you're going out there and you're hearing these massive pops. You're getting the same with footballers as well. You're getting these massive endorphin buzzes off the crowd who are cheering your goals, cheering your team, screaming for you, screaming for your team. And then it's gone. One day it's all gone. Nobody's shouting your name anymore. Nobody's screaming your name. That adulation, it must be A, so difficult, and B, such an ego hit. That all this love and praise and attention that you've had for so long is just gone, and you become a regular person. And yeah, it must be so hard to adjust to that we can't understand. Yeah,
it's like you say, we can't really understand it. We can't imagine what it's like to be in that position, but I can only think that it must be an incredibly difficult thing. I think they should really make an effort to give boxers like a sort of transition to other things as they end their careers, like whether it's coaching, whether it's like some kind of ambassadorship for like the higher ranking guys, like something like that, where they've got something then to focus on. Because even if you come out of your career with like a fair bit of money, like maybe some of them do, what the hell do you do with yourself day after day?
Do you sit in your pool? Do you play with your kids? Do you kiss your wife every day? What do you do?
Well, I think that is that plays into Apollo's timeline. I think that he probably misses the adulation and the praise and the cheering and the attention. I don't think that's true for Rocky. Rocky, actually, in Rocky Balboa, he makes it clear. Actually, in Rocky 5 too. I mean, he's stupid. I mean, he's fighting in the street for no money. He's fighting, this exhibition. As far as I could tell, he wasn't making money. It was for charity or some shit. I don't know. But the point is, at one point in Rocky Balboa, he's just saying, it's what I do. It's who I am. And in a sense, It's like Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna tells him, you need to fight this war because you're a warrior. That's what you do. And that's who Rocky is. Beyond any financial compensation, beyond any cheers, he doesn't really care about the cheers. He's willing to do it on a club level locally. He does it because, again, the most important thing to Rocky is his self-worth. And he feels that without fighting, he doesn't know who he is. Whereas Apollo, I think it's ego. I think it is missing the adulation and stuff, at least to a large extent, like you were saying.
No, absolutely. Because like when he does have his comeback fight against Drago, like they go all out with the pomp and pageantry. Like he's, you've got like the music playing. He's in his like Uncle Sam outfit. They're doing Living in America, and he's like dancing along. He's just lapping it up. He's loving being in the limelight again. So you're absolutely right. Like Rocky's about kind of like, spiritual fulfillment almost. Apollo is much more about the fame and attention and all that praise that you get with it. And
by the way, Living in America is fucking awesome.
It is, man. James Brown is awesome.
He kills it in that
scene. Oh, it's so good.
The only thing that approaches James Brown's level of awesomeness is Eddie Murphy doing James Brown on SNL doing, go get in the hot tub, go make the sweat tub. Ow! It's great.
Just for the guys in chat, by the way, I need to let you know, like Gary unfortunately has had to drop out of this stream. I'm afraid he's got some stuff going on in real life that he has to deal with. So it's going to be the three of us that are going to carry on from here. But we'll do our best to fill his shoes.
We'll carry on, my wayward son.
Exactly. In further shit news today, actually, I found out I was meant to be seeing William Shatner. He was going to be doing like an evening, Wrath of Khan evening in Edinburgh next year. It's not happening anymore because of the coup.
Sorry, man. I've seen that, and he was great. I mean, I was surprised that we watched the whole movie, and then he comes out. He spoke for like an hour. Yeah. And I mean, I've seen convention appearances on tape and stuff, and he was telling new stories, and he was really open and generous and engaged, and he didn't seem like he was phoning it in, dude. But I'm sure you can find somewhere on YouTube recordings of him doing that.
Well, I was going to do this the thing where you get to meet him, get your picture with him, and all that stuff. So not happening. And like, well, he's still he seems to be pretty spry, so hopefully they'll do another tour and I can catch him that time. It's not like my only opportunity or anything, but it's a bit shit.
Not hero. He's 90 next year.
I know. Holy shit, man! He looks better than we do now.
I know.
Bastard.
That's what a lot of money can do, but still. I mean, come on, dude. He looks fantastic. He's 90 next year, and he's looking like much more spry than Stuart. Stuart looks like he's going to drop any day.
Stuart's looking frail, man. He's frail as well.
Frail, yeah.
That's what happens when you allow your soul to be sucked out of you by Viacom CBS, and you go ahead and degrade the spirit of one of your signature characters. It's kind of a lich-like effect on your fucking soul, asshole.
Yeah, I'm done with Picard. He was okay. He sounded fine, and then he's doing Picard, and suddenly he's very old.
I'm sorry for all of my white privilege.
Everything to do with white people. I'm so sorry. Please shout at me for 40 minutes. Please.
I'm going to put on this old plantation garb so you can fling Romulan dung at me, which what I deserve.
I hope Chad Picard lives forever. I mean, Chad Kirk, sorry, lives forever.
Kirk is the guy. I mean, that settled that shit. Picard settled that forever. Who's the best captain?
Oh, yeah,
the one that didn't degrade his character and flush it down the fucking toilet. That's it.
Yeah. Imagine if they tried to pitch that to Shatner. It's like, so we're going to have you do this this show where you're playing Kirk again, but you're kind of old and pathetic, and basically you're going to be apologizing for everything. And Shatner would be like, "No, you're fucking not, son.
Yeah.
We ain't doing that."
apologize for all the sorry and brandy I drank and all the green women that I screwed. And I apologize for boldly going where no man has gone before.
Which in Hollywood is a vagina.
Exactly. I'm sorry for boldly going and for boldly coming.
I like when he boldly, when he comes, it's always bold.
I thought we were going to get a confession then, drinker.
Well, you know.
I remember when he boldly came, this is not the time for this story. Oh, my God, no.
No, that time with me and Shatner.
This one time at Starfleet.
It was in the holodeck, and
stunning that day.
I was a young ensign.
I got him right in his hollow on the holodeck. I made him dress up like Lily Von Stupp in Blazing Saddles. It was. I'm tired of playing the game.
Playing the game.
Into the quiet shame.
Oh dear, my abs hurt. That was beautiful. Oh, that was a beautiful moment. See, William Shatner brings nothing but love to people's lives.
That's right, nothing but joy.
Shatner, if you're watching, you're welcome to come on my stream anytime.
Mine too,
we have an absolute blast.
I'm inviting myself to that stream if it ever happens.
Computer engaged program strap-on 1.
Oh boy, holy shit! Fuck, my stomach hurts so much. Oh, I need to breathe. Come on, Rocky, teach me some breathing techniques. Come on, dude.
Yes, you gotta breathe in deep, you know.
You gotta breathe through the diaphragm, you know.
Yeah, well, you do pull-ups around Shatner. You gotta keep your legs crossed. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's gonna load your photon torpedo tube.
Hasn't he just got divorced again at 89?
Did he?
What is he on wife number 5 or something now? I think. He's gone through a lot of them.
Yes, I think he's going through another.
I think he sucks their life force out to prolong his.
The best hair tonic that there is these skulls of women.
Keep doing it, Bill. We don't care. That's great. We give permission. You can suck my life force out to keep you going. Keep
doing it and keep arguing with every single person who interacts with you on Twitter.
Yeah.
He's got to have a staff for that.
Oh, man. See, I made the mistake of following him on Twitter, and honestly, my timeline is 90% Shatner just arguing with folk. That's all I get.
Oh, dear. Well, oh, God. Oh, yeah. The great thing is he destroys every single one of them as well.
Yeah. Someone's given actually a super chat here. Just this is for Doomcock and his Shatner impression. Thanks, Sam Whitfield.
What was that? What's he saying to me?
Oh, mercy, please! I'm gonna tap out. I'm still tapping out.
We should probably talk about this whole Rocky thing, I guess.
Yeah. This just got derailed into a William Shatner appreciation stream.
God damn it! Every stream just goes to Shatnerverse.
I'm sorry that I broke out my impression. I should have kept my mouth shut.
Cat's out the bag now, man, and people are going to be asking for it all the time.
Oh, dear God.
I love doing Shatner. I absolutely love it.
Oh, you can have so much fun with him.
On Halloween, I always do a live stream on Halloween, and I do like Shatner doing Once Upon a Midnight Dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. Do the Raven.
Doomcock quote, I love doing Shatner.
That's right.
That's a direct quote right there, folks.
I make him dress up like a sheep, but that's neither here nor there.
I make him dress like an Orion slave girl.
Make him dress up like a Mugatu, and the fact that I know what a Mugatu is excites him curiously.
Is that the one that sucks the salt out of you? Which one's a...
That's a salt vampire. They actually never had a name for the alien, although it was on planet M113. I do know that.
Oh, my favorite planet.
Your knowledge of the OT Star Trek is strong.
Yeah. I love the OT Star Trek. I do love it. If I'm an expert on anything, it's OT Star Trek.
Yeah.
Doing Shatner.
Indeed. Where on earth did we get to with Rocky 2?
Well, we were on Rocky 2. And I found it very interesting watching this, that when he was at the zoo, he proposes to Adrian at the zoo. And there was a tiger, which we referenced earlier, that was at the zoo as well, witnessing this event. And then later on, when he goes on his shopping spree, he buys a tiger jacket, which leads very much into Eye of the Tiger in episode 3, almost like it was planned, which I thought it was fantastic.
Stallone, you insane genius. You were laying the groundwork for Eye of the Tiger.
Yes,
in 1978.
Yes, sir.
Love
and
it.
I'm telling you, watching these movies in a row, it may or may not have occurred to you, I don't know, that in Rocky 2, at one point, I start to say, oh, look at him. He's got this red headband. He's turning into Rambo, right?
Oh.
He's got this red headband on him. But in Rocky 3, he's wearing yellow. He's wearing yellow. He's got a yellow headband. He's got yellow shorts and racing with a Creed on the beach. Creed is wearing red shorts. And once Rocky accepts the fight, he gets the red and white and blue trunks. He's starting to get red back. In other words, they are color coding Rocky. Rocky in Rocky 2 has got that Eye of a Tiger. He's got the red headband. In Rocky 3, because he's basically saying, I'm afraid. He confesses to Adrian, I'm afraid, on the beach. He's a coward, and he's wearing yellow until Apollo gives him back his colors.
Oh, that is
holy
beautiful.
Shit.
Yeah,
so many layers to mean into these movies.
I'm just telling you, man, there was thought into this.
It's true.
The amount of times I've seen Rocky movies and I've never noticed that.
Yeah, when he admits he's afraid, he's wearing yellow.
Yep. Yellow headband, yellow shorts. Look at him on the beach. He's running in the yellow pants. and Apollo has the red pants. He's giving him back his guts, his Eye of the Tiger, his colors.
His manhood.
Yes.
His balls.
Yes.
Oh, as the trailer would say, his manhood, yeah.
That's right.
It's about his manhood.
And when they are frolicking,
when they say that, it's like his manhood's on the line. I just picture his dick on a chopping block or something.
He's not doing one of those films again, is he? Oh no! Come on, Stallone. The gay porn didn't work out for you. That's why you moved into legit film. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh man, I tell you what, that's a real Rocky story, isn't it?
Yeah,
it really is. Rock hard, and then it was Rocky.
Well, you know, apparently they retitled that movie, that porno that he did, as the Italian Stallion,
Oy.
so that they could capitalize on Rocky's success.
Why not?
What did they call it? Eye of the Tiger Snake? The one-eyed snake?
Oh man.
Yeah, I was gonna say unfortunately I don't have a bum tis on my board. I should put a bum tis.
As long as you got the clown horn, that's the important thing.
I've got the clown horn squirrel.
Oh my god!
What the hell was that?
That was a Cebu, my prehistoric doom squirrel.
Oh
damn!
He runs around the lair and everything. Uh-oh.
There we go. Have you got
that's up Harvey's butt, by the way.
Don't give me no back talk, sucker.
You got a Mr. T in your pocket thing.
I did, but Harvey sat on it. Now it's wedged in his backside, and when he gets agitated, it triggers it.
Yeah. I've actually got one of those as well.
I love those.
Love it. Yeah, it's great.
Mr. T in my pocket.
Well, don't we all?
Ooh. Apparently, I've got Shatner in mind.
If we could get Shatner and Mr. T on the same stream, imagine that. I think the universe would just collapse in on itself.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't handle that.
The coolness of it would be unbelievable. Unbelievable. But yeah, man, I mean, they really, to some extent, I mean, Stallone wrote and directed both of those films. And I've got to think, I don't know whether it was in the script or whether it was just incredible art direction, but it really does evince a certain amount of intelligence, kind of, willful manipulation of color, which I think implies a greater deal of thought behind these sequels than we might have initially thought.
No, I agree. And I think this is something people don't give Stallone enough credit for as a writer. Like, he actually puts quite a bit of thought into the arcs that he puts his characters through, and even the antagonists in his movies, he gives them just enough personality and just enough nuance that they have little moments of kind of humanity that makes them a little bit more relatable. Whether it's Apollo Creed with his angst in the second movie, and then his character switch to becoming Rocky's friend in the third one. Even someone like Drago, who is this monosyllabic monster throughout the entire film. Like, he turns against his handlers in the fight against Rocky, and they're like abusing him and telling him that he's like useless and he should have been easily able to beat Rocky, and he picks the guy up and throws him out of the ring, and he's like, I'm fighting to win for me, not for you, just for me. And like, that's him, like almost standing up for himself a little bit. It just gives him little moments like that, like, I think Stallone does he understands the process of writing good characters.
Yeah, he does. No, I think he's a great writer. I think unfortunately Rocky was such a success, and he rode that, to stardom and wealth. But if he'd have still had that eye of the tiger in terms of being a writer, I think he could have made some really, really incredible scripts, because Rocky is brilliant. Yes. Rocky is something that could have been a play. You know what I mean? It's that good. It could have relied as a character study. That's what I love. That's my favorite kind of movie, is something that is a character study. And it doesn't really matter how big or small the movie is. A character study can work as Lawrence of Arabia, which is perhaps the greatest epic ever filmed, which is really an intimate character study of T.E. Lawrence, or it can be like a smaller movie like Rocky. But it shows great writing, and it shows a sensitivity and a perception that I think is rare. And I think we may have lost a great screenwriter in Stallone, because, he had so many other hats and so many other irons in the fire.
I think, money and fame and success obviously became like a big driving force, and ego. I think like he definitely succumbed to that. But the rivalry with guys like Schwarzenegger, like all of that factored into like how he rewrote characters like Rocky and Rambo throughout the 80s. They went from like kind of interesting human characters into like caricatures of Supermen.
Yeah. But we got tremendous movies because of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which, you have to kind of balance the books on those. If you look at Stallone's body of work, if you look at Schwarzenegger's body of work, I wouldn't change those for anything, really. But I think number 3 is a great return to form. I think it's much better than number 2. I think it's a great little piece about, family and loss and rebuilding and there's just so many great elements in number 3. And when you're trying to do all this while existing in the world of boxing, I think it's a tremendous effort that we get the kind of body of movies that we got with the Rocky films.
No, that's true. As I just want to say before we move on to Rocky 3, my absolute favorite moment in Rocky 2.
I'm not pushing that forward. I'm just saying when we get to 3.
I thought maybe you were, but I couldn't go without mentioning the scene with Burgess Meredith in the chapel. Just one monologue where he's talking to Rocky in the chapel, where he's praying for Adrian and everything, and that scene is written like, Tennessee Williams, the great dramaturgy of the past, and equal every bit the equal of anything that was in the first movie, where he's talking about, I don't want to get all mad in a biblical place like this. You want to blow it? I'll blow it with you. Maybe I'll try and pray. Just the sincerity. It moved me. I'll be honest. It moved me. It brought tears into my eyes. The reality of this character was.
It's interesting watching a guy like Mickey, who's obviously not an articulate man and not good about talking about emotions and all that sort of thing, but he's trying to relate to what Rocky's going through, and he's trying to be, as opposed to what he normally is, where he's very fiery and angry. Like he knows that this isn't the time for that. He has to try and rein it in, and he tries to be quieter and calmer. And it's interesting to see him pushed into that way of doing things that he's not very comfortable with. But like you say, he gives a great monologue, and it's not flowery language or anything like that, but it's very honest and it's heartfelt, and it's a good moment. Ricky gets some great moments in this, like, because he's trying to get Rocky fired up for this fight, because I guess the way it plays out is like Rocky, none of his things outside of boxing work out. He tries to do commercials, he can't do it properly, and eventually money gets tight, so he has to take a shitty job at the slaughterhouse. Then he loses that, and then he has to work at Mickey's gym just like as a cleaner almost, and it's really like humiliating for him. But eventually he's forced to take the fight because there's just no other way out for him. But Adrian's against it, so Rocky's kind of training half-heartedly, and they have this great scene where Mickey has been trying for days or weeks to get Rocky motivated to train properly, and he finally loses it, and he's like, look, if you want to quit, then go ahead and quit, but like do it now, because I'm too old to waste my time on a no good bum like you. But you can hear the real anger, but also the pain in his voice, because he can see Rocky slipping away. Rocky's not motivated, and he knows he's going to get beaten if he doesn't do something, like if he doesn't completely change his attitude.
Right.
And it's just, I love that explosion of kind of emotion from him. Like, you can see how much he cares about Rocky now.
Yeah. But not in the horrible, almost canon destroying way that they had him do in Rocky 5.
In Rocky 5,
where basically he's like, he appears to him and says, Rocky, you must go to the Dagobah system. There you will learn from Rocky Marciano. Here's his cufflinks. I mean, Jesus Christ, that was bad. Oh, it was so bad. I love you. Jesus.
It was a shame because, like, it was a chance for Burgess Meredith to come back. Like, he was clearly ill by that point and frail. But he could still summon up that emotion and that gruff, like, gravelly voice when he was, yelling at Rocky, like, "Get up, you son of a bitch!"
Yeah.
But yeah, it's in a movie or in a series that's kind of like mostly believable or grounded or whatever. To see a ghost like talking to Rocky is kind of a bit silly.
That's right. Use the Force, kid. It's just like, no.
Yeah.
No, it was terrible. It was like Obi-Wan Mickey. It was fucking awful.
Yeah.
That's Rocky 5 though. So
so
sorry, I mean, they not all mixed stuff was good mixed stuff. They completely violated his character in that shit. And they tried to retrofit it on that, like, you're like a son to me. It's like, Jesus Christ. Come on.
Yeah, that's conversations that never happened.
I sort of pretend number 5 never happened.
Terrible. Yeah. Terrible.
It's a bad dream. It was a bad CDC, was it CDC, whatever it is, dream that he had.
Well, I think what it is that, look, it's like in Rocky 2, Apollo Creed hits him so hard that it essentially does eye surgery on him and fixes his eye. And then Draco in Rocky 4 hits him so hard it effectively knocks the brain damage right out of his fucking head, right out of his ear. And that's what it is. And now he was in a coma for a while, and that was his dream in the coma.
Right.
And then he was Rocky Balboa. I
can go with that.
Yeah, I'll take it.
So yeah, Rocky for his fight in Rocky 2, he's got all these problems. Like he's he's got his bad eye, so he can't see properly out of one side, and he's got to protect that side, so they have him fighting conventional instead of southpaw, and all these things, but none of it really works. Like when it gets to the fight, Apollo Creed just kind of dominates most of the fight, but he's determined to knock Rocky down, whereas Rocky just keeps absorbing it with his head. And as hard as he tries, he just cannot put Rocky down permanently.
Well,
and
even
eventually,
Ivan Drago says it's like punching iron.
yeah, he's not human. He's like a piece of iron. And it's that kind of, it's like a really shitty version of the rope-a-dope where like he just has Apollo punch himself out to the point where Rocky can then overcome him in the final round. And it's so overdone because they both like knocked each other to the canvas, like they both collapse, and it's like this desperate race to get up before the 10 count.
Right. Right. Great melodrama.
Stallone punches Apollo, but then falls over himself anyway.
Yeah, and like they're both getting up, but then at the last second, Apollo kind of loses his grip on the rope and falls down into the corner, and Rocky gets up at the last moment, and that's it. He wins the fight. Interestingly, you know why Adrian's not actually there next to him? It's because Talia Shire was busy shooting, like I think Godfather 2.
Yeah.
And so she wasn't available at that time, so they had to be like, she's ill from the pregnancy. Like, we're still recovering, so she has to be at home.
Yeah.
But
Apollo collapses in the corner, and he's like, I don't deserve this. I was building a house, and Rocky said, deserves got nothing to do with it. It's like Unforgiven.
That's a good Unforgiven reference there.
Yeah. One of my favorite movies, by the way, of all time.
Oh, yeah, it was a pleasure to review that one. It really was.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Rocky 2, not the greatest, but it's got moments that I quite like. And I like how it humanizes Apollo Creed a lot more, and you actually genuinely feel bad for him. Like you can understand why he's doing what he does. And you get to see Rocky, the first one was about him rising to the occasion, and the second one is like almost like, what does a guy like that do when his 15 minutes of fame are up? And you just you seeing him kind of slide back into his old life, and he's almost like worse off than he was before. It's kind of it's kind of endearing to see. Like he's a guy who is struggling in life.
But he could have been more responsible with his money. He was frivolous with his money.
Yeah. But it's understandable because he's a guy who's kind of simple-minded, I guess, about things like this, and he's never.
Yeah, you understand, but you also realize that it was his mistake that put him back where he was.
Right. Well, I mean, that is the trajectory of a lot of boxers, and that's what I was saying, that Rocky is kind of like a tour of boxing history. And we mentioned earlier that a lot of the announcers, a lot of the figures in the Rocky series are playing themselves, real life figures, like Leroy Neiman is the painter. A lot of Max Kellerman was in the last one, along with a lot of what's his name from ESPN.
Stu Nahan is in it as well.
Like yeah. So I mean, it's great. He really is I get the feeling he's a student of the sweet science, and it shows.
Yeah. But it brings us along to Rocky 3 then, which is like it's a real change of pace, I guess, because now you're out of the 70s, and that kind of grittiness and that griminess of the first two movies is well behind us. Now Rocky is rich and successful. He lives in a mansion. He's had a string of title defenses, so he's doing great in life. But then you find out, obviously, that these haven't really been proper opponents. They've been kind of bums almost that Rocky's been put up against, that Mickey's arranged, and so Rocky's sort of losing his edge as a fighter, which again I think is a really interesting thing to explore, because like you say, Doomcock, that's kind of what happens with a lot of fighters when they get to the top. Like they don't have anything to strive for anymore, and it's hard to keep that hunger when you've come as far as you can go. And so yeah, it's about him, the dangers of complacency and arrogance, just like with Apollo Creed before him. Rocky sort of falls into that same trap.
Yeah. Just goes straight to the same trap as Apollo Creed there. But it also shows contentment. He's happy probably for the first time in his life, genuinely happy. He's got the wife of his dreams. He's got a kid. He's got a beautiful house. He's got Paulie.
He's got Paulie, yeah.
Yeah, he's right.
I think Mickey's living with them as well, which is
yeah, he
weird.
is. And the weird thing is, Mickey is living in a fucking pink bedroom. Did you notice that when he's packing up? He's like, I can't stand all this pink, kid.
He chose those colors, dude.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. That's weird. That's
all I'm
weird.
gonna say is he's alone. He's old and alone. That's all I'm gonna say.
I always wanted to be ensconced in pink. You know what I mean, kid? Yeah, we all know what you mean, Nick.
I always wanted to take a shower with an Italian. I mean,
but what you get through this is because there's this montage of like Rocky having a bunch of easy title defenses, and he's like not even sweating.
Right.
But then you also get it's intercut with like this new guy called Clubber Lang, who's working his way up through the rankings, who's just brutal. He's just like a wrecking machine, as Mickey would say, and he dominates every fight he's in. And Mickey sees him. He goes to a couple of his fights, and he realizes like this guy is a real threat. This isn't some bum. He's a proper fighter, and he's hungry in a way that Rocky hasn't been.
He's
one of my
Tyson before Tyson really came along. I think Tyson came along mid-80s.
But he's an even more extreme version of Tyson. Like Tyson. For all it's like, as much as he's like an absolute ass kicker, like he's kind of soft spoken when he's doing interviews and stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas he is brash and over the top and like super confident.
But one of my favorite quotes of all time is Mickey saying of Mr. T, "This guy'll kill you to death in 3 rounds." I love that. I love that. This guy'll kill you to death in 3 rounds. Kill you to death. And also I would point out that this film introduced Mr. T, introducing Mr. T as Clubber Lang, says the credits. And so that means Stallone wrote Mr. T's signature line, "I pity the fool."
I pity the fool, yeah. Because that's what he says in it, yeah.
Stallone wrote that line.
Mr. T was actually a bodyguard for Muhammad Ali. He was that fucking hard. He actually guarded like one of the hardest guys on the planet. That is
badass. He is scary too. He is great in this. I mean, he's no clowning around, no friendly, cuddly Mr. T cartoon. This guy's fucking scary.
Well,
this guy
he
definitely does eat thunder and crap lightning.
He does. But he's just got such an awesome look. He's got the mohawk hairstyle. He's got all the chains. You see him training, and he's just in some like dungeon like type place where he's like screaming every time he does a pull up. He's huge, he's angry, he's hungry for success. Like he's everything Rocky isn't now. And they do a good job of setting him up. He's not a complex character, that's for sure, but like he's blunt and to the point.
Yeah. My prediction for the fight: pain. Just great. Great.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting line you get from him as well, where he's like, "No, I don't hate Balboa, but I pity the fool."
Yeah. So when was the A-Team? 84? Did the A-Team start in 84?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he got that role because of Rocky 3.
He went into wrestling for a while, didn't he? He did a few WrestleManias. Yeah,
it was
that. It was him and Rowdy Piper versus like fucking Hulk Hogan and somebody else.
That was after the A-Team though, or during the that was because of his fame though.
Okay, I thought it was because of this. Like he did that, and then he went to wrestling.
They were later on after the A-Team success as well. So I think there was because the first WrestleMania wasn't until 85. I think WrestleMania 1 was 85-ish. Can I get a fact check on that, please? Not from
first name, Mr. Middle name, period. Last name, T.
I was gold chains and stuff. That was chains that he
Hulk
like.
Hogan's also in 3 as well.
He was, it's Thunderlips.
Right, yeah, he was great.
It's their wrestling connection there.
But yeah, all the chains that Mr. T wore, like they were all like chains that he took off guys that he like ejected from nightclubs. He was really? And I'm just going to yank this chain right off your neck and wear it myself.
Wow.
That was his bounty.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because God bless the 80s, like guys just went around with gold chains around their necks like this. That's how they roll.
That's like a bunch of Wookiee pelts on the belt of a Mandalorian. That's great. I love it.
Or in ears. scalps as well, potentially the scalps.
People in chat are also saying like, "Hey woman, hey woman." It's
woman.
like when he's harassing Adrian.
Yeah.
It's
Come
like,
over here, I'll show you what a real man.
Yeah, bring your sweet self around to my apartment tonight. I'll show you a real man.
I can vouch for that. He made me feel like a natural woman, to quote Aretha Franklin.
Yeah, Clubber Lang is definitely a blunt weapon in this.
Yeah, he's Apollo Creed on steroids. Like, he's bigger and angrier and hungrier and and he's got none of the sort of like suave businessman like charm about him. But yeah, so he's a good foil, and I guess he's a good sort of progression from Apollo Creed. You can just have another guy who's similar to that. You needed something different, and that's exactly what you get. And the whole crux of this is that Clubber Lang is hungry for success, and Rocky isn't anymore. And as a result, when they have their first fight, Rocky gets his ass kicked.
Oh yeah,
Mickey doesn't even want him to take the fight. He wants Rocky to retire because Clubber Lang insults him when he's getting his statue unveiled, and Rocky loses his cool, and he's like, "Yeah, you want the fight? You got it." And that's when Mickey's like, "Look, the guys you've been fighting, they were hand-picked fighters. They weren't all that good." And that's when he admits, like, I was doing it to try and protect you because you've been through so much to get to this point. I just wanted you to have kind of an easy ride for the rest of your career. And so that, it's a real betrayal, I guess, from Rocky's point of view. He thought he was like king of the hill, and actually he wasn't.
No, actually, I'm king of the hill, but that's neither here nor there.
Rocky's got to have understood when he fought, though. You have to believe that there was some sort of realization. So he couldn't get too mad with Mickey because, maybe Mickey just kind of confirmed what he probably knew. That he wasn't.
No, I don't think
the best.
I think
Rocky
knew it.
Rocky's self-delusion is an easy thing to have. I mean, you win. You like to believe that you won on your own merit and that it was as easy as it seemed.
Fair enough.
I think Rocky's not the kind of guy to like analyze things like that
too
much either.
Maybe it's too many. Watching too many shows and analyzing too many shows.
He doesn't have a YouTube channel,
like if he's in that situation, he starts to question it. He'd be like, "Yo, my brain's starting to hurt a little bit."
I've been analyzing my motivations and I'm a suspect.
Adrian, I'm bleeding from the ears again.
I can't see out of my right eye.
No, we got past that. It's okay now. It healed.
Okay. He got it punched back in.
That's right. Apollo did eye surgery on him in Rocky 2, knocked the eye damage out of him.
Retina back into place.
Exactly. That's what it was. And Draco just punched the brain damage right out of his fucking head, right out his left ear.
But I mean, it's interesting as well. You see the real difference in Rocky's appearance. Obviously he's rich now. He goes around in suits all the time. Like his hair is all neatly styled and everything. Like he looks like, he's all kind of dolled up. And it's just like, that's what he's become. Like, he's a celebrity now, and he does, like, he's doing commercials and like all that stuff that he couldn't have done before.
He's become literate as well. He's become literate. So
yes,
that's right. He can read Dr. Seuss without embarrassment.
So he's clearly been doing some self-betterment as well.
That's right.
But the one thing he hasn't got anymore is his desire to win, and he's not hungry for it anymore. So he takes the fight. Mickey reluctantly agrees to train him. I guess Rocky kind of like guilt trips him into it, as you find out. But again, he still doesn't take the training seriously. Like, his training camp is just like a kind of circus where there's people everywhere. And, again, you contrast that with Clubber Lang, who's just training on his own in his basement, and he's utterly focused on the fight. Yeah. And so it gets to the night of their fight. the two groups are heading towards the ring, and there's a big ruckus because Mr. T's just fucking up for fighting at any point, like anywhere. And Mickey gets injured, and that's where he's taken away, like because he's suffering a heart attack.
Yeah, I think Clubber Lang pushes Mickey out of the way.
Yeah, he lands. He pushes him into a railing or something.
Yeah,
yeah.
So like he's when he has his heart attack.
Yeah, and so he's laid out, in the dressing room, and he's telling Rocky he has to go out and do the fight. And I do like this scene with Burgess Meredith, where Rocky's like, "What am I supposed to do?" And he manages to rally himself just for a few seconds, and he grabs Rocky by the cuffs of his robe, and he's like, "What do you mean you don't know what to do? Like, after everything we've been through, you should be ashamed of yourself. Like, get out there and do it." Like, I love that, the way he's able to just pull himself together for a few seconds to get Rocky on his way. And the moment Rocky leaves the room, he collapses on the table. Like, great fucking performance by Burgess Meredith.
It was, but bad performance by Sylvester Stallone in writing this thing. So basically, Mick lies there alone with Talia Shire as the fight unfolds. Gee, it is true that somebody sometime should have an ambulance waiting at a prize fight with heavyweights. There should be medical personnel. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. And at the end of the fight, they wheel him in. It's like, Mr. Stallone, we need to get Mick to a hospital. Well, why don't you fucking do it then? Why don't you drive the ambulance from the parking lot to the front door, the 30 or 40 feet, and go ahead and have Mick over at the goddamn hospital. Come on, man.
Well, that's see
the stupidest fucking thing. Come on.
You see like an EMT like half-heartedly like putting a kind of manual oxygen mask on his face for a few seconds. He like squeezes it once and it's like, nah, I don't know what else to do.
and they let like Sylvester Stallone like rest his head and go instead of actually pushing Stallone away and doing CPR until the ambulance can roll the 30 feet to the front door from the parking lot and actually do the paddles and everything else. But nah, that's the stupidest fucking thing I think in the entire series. Come on.
It's not great, and it's not Stallone's best performance ever when he comes back in from the fight. Like, obviously Clubber Lang beats his ass and he loses in like 2 rounds, and he goes back and Mickey passes away. And Stallone's like, Mick, we got more to do. And it's really
you gotta help me, Mick. I sucked.
Yeah.
I thought it was, he was holding on for his manager. He doesn't know, emotion too well himself. So it's just like, what you say, your bestest dying Jedi master has just gone to the Force realm, and he's kind of like,
he does come back in 5 though. He uses the Force to come back.
When are you gonna come back to the Ghost,
I wish they'd given him a blue glow around him.
They did, kind of. I mean, I can't remember, but it was so bad. I was laughing and rolling my eyes. And then when he wakes up from the vision, he sits up in like an obvious green screen shot or something with some shit in the background. And they start playing. Dun, 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 dun,
yeah,
dun. It was
it's the overhead. It's the overhead train.
Hey,
goes
Tommy, by. I didn't hear no bell.
One more round.
Oh man,
fire!
But that was bad. I mean, there are ambulances, there are medical personnel, EMTs, and
every time that Don King, Tommy got punched by Rocky, that Don King guy would just go like the fucking crying man, just go.
Yeah. Well, you hear at one point he's like, "You're losing everything. Come on!" It's just at the end where Rocky knocks him out, and Duke is just like, "God damn! Only in America."
Only in America, yeah.
I wish to God, like after he knocked Tommy Morrison out, that they'd cut to that guy and he had white hair standing on its end. That would have been great. That would have been perfect. I'd have laughed.
Come on, punk. Touch me and I'll sue.
Touch me and I'll sue. Wasn't that meant to be something Don King said? And that's why they put it in the film.
Probably.
Well, yeah.
The Don King would say, if you lay a finger on me and I'll sue. So they were like, touch me and I'll sue, sort of thing.
Right. I'll turn you into a boy named Sue, sucker.
So, I mean, I guess the setup then for Rocky 3 is that Mickey's gone, Rocky's lost his title, like his whole world has kind of collapsed around him, and he doesn't know what to do now. And he's all his confidence has been taken away, and that's when Apollo Creed comes in, because he was at the fight with. And it's never really made clear in Rocky 3 if he's retired or if he's just kind of like, between fights or whatever.
No,
I
he's
assume he's kind of
retired. He's retired.
He
right,
is.
okay.
Because he says to the announcers, well, that's why I'm here with you guys instead of up there. Because, he's become an announcer. He's become, which I thought was brilliant. I mean, so you go from one of the worst moments in Rocky, which is, Mick dying in an arena where there's EMTs and ambulances, and they don't even try to do the shock paddles or anything. But then
he squeezed it once, Doomcock. He squeezed the bag once.
Yeah, and it was just a blood pressure machine, man.
It's like,
they're just trying to take his blood pressure. It's like, nah, there is none. I mean,
it's like the machine says he's going to die. Guess there's nothing I can do.
They had one of those breather things for Mick, and Rocky punches it reflexively and kills him. Oh, Mick, I'm sorry.
I thought it was a speed bag,
It was swallowed. I felt menace.
I'm blind in this eye. Sometimes I'm not sure when, and I might have brain damage.
Hey, Drago hasn't knocked the brain damage out of my head yet. You gotta forgive me, Mick.
I do like it. This fight as well when Apollo goes to shake hands with Clubber, and he's like, bats his hand away. He's like, don't need no has-been messing up my corner. And he's like, and he's trying to challenge Creed to a fight. It's like he's just got Rocky to go, and he's like, come on, Creed.
He's crazy, man. He is serious.
This dude will fucking fight anyone at any time. I just love it.
You know who he is?
Pure anger.
He's the fucking Tasmanian devil in the Looney Tunes. He's just like, he's just anything. You just whack anything. I love that.
Punching. He just wants to punch a bitch. That's all he wants to do. Just punch a bitch.
Yeah.
I know.
Come on, woman.
Hey, I'll show you what a real man feel like. It's like, oh, geez. Yeah. But Apollo Creed training Rocky is absolutely a master stroke. It is brilliant. It makes this movie fantastic. And I do love this movie. Other than that one scene, this is actually maybe the second best Rocky movie that there is. It's outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, and the great thing is it takes like this big team effort to get Rocky back on track. Like Apollo is trying to train him, but Rocky's heart isn't in it. And it's like, Apollo's getting more and more frustrated because everything he's trying, nothing's working really. And it's not until Adrian has this big heart-to-heart with Rocky and really like pushes him to admit what he's feeling, that he's able to work past it. And it's like, that's when he comes out and says, look, I'm afraid, I'm afraid I'm going to lose everything. I'm afraid I'm going to get my ass kicked again.
Even before then, when he looks in the mirror, because when he looks in the mirror, and you've got this eye of the tiger constantly, eye of the tiger, and he's looking in the mirror. I think Stallone acting is brilliant here. You see fear in his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see the eye of the tiger. You see you see a man who's scared.
Mm-hmm.
And so you see it before he even admits it. You can see that all over his face before he even admits it to Adrian. And so when he does admit it, you feel vindicated because you're like, you don't have the eye of the tiger. You don't have that bite. You don't have that drive at all. It's all gone. I just think it's a brilliant bit of just character acting by Stallone there.
Yeah, and it makes sense that like he's not going to be able to get it until he admits what his weaknesses are, so he can confront them. And it when Adrian kind of reassures him, look, it doesn't matter if we lose our money or our house, whatever. Like we got each other, and like you need to do this because it's important to you. And that frees Rocky up from all his guilt and everything to really throw himself into that. And that's when he trains properly and really starts to build himself up again. And it's one of the only times throughout the whole Rocky franchise that he actually trains smart. Like he trains for speed and agility and tactics and all that, because he can't just have this big 15-round slugging match with Clubber Lang. He's not that kind of fighter that can go toe to toe with him. He has to be smarter than that. And so it makes for an interesting.
The footwork is really good. I like the footwork.
It is, yeah. And you got the race scene along the beach where they're wearing crop tops for some reason. Like, was there ever a time when men wore crop tops? I'm just trying to understand why.
Well, we have documentary evidence that there
really
was.
Hard.
I mean, and not only that, but they splash in the foam together with an eruption of salty liquid. That I don't know. I don't know what that means. It might be some kind of subtext. I don't know.
You can carry that look off if you're as hard as they are, because if anyone comes up and she wants to shut you, hey, dude, you look gay. You just punch the shit out.
If you're
you know what's kind of funny though? Like you can really tell that Carl Weathers is having to slow down a little bit so Stallone can pass him.
Yes.
Because it's like I know he could smoke Stallone if they came to an actual race.
But he absolutely destroyed on the first race. You could when he's even way ahead before Stallone stops running anyway, and you just think like fucking hell. Carl Weathers is just like insanely.
He's a machine. He really is. Like, it's one of those guys. I think he's just like a born athlete.
Yes, because he just looks incredible. He's his physique is just insane. It's insane in Predator and such as well and whatnot. I think he's even bigger in Predator than he is here. It certainly looks like it. But
I think when you see him in Rocky 4, I'd say that's when he's looking at his best. I think he's obviously older, but like he's in tremendous shape, like totally ripped. And it's just like the guy obviously stayed in shape throughout all these films, so it's commendable, I guess.
I don't think there's anything wrong with two guys, Ebony and Ivory, dancing around in the foaming, frothing, salty sea as they hug each other in their crop tops and discover.
I see nothing wrong with that.
I see nothing wrong with that.
I see nothing wrong with that.
No, I think that is perfectly cool.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. No, there's nothing wrong with that. But I gotta say, one thing that did strike me as completely
sex straight away afterwards that got me a little bit.
You had to go there, man, didn't you?
Oh, what a giveaway! Say no more. Say no more.
Might have gone a little far now. Might have gone a little bit. Okay, we'll take this out in editing. We'll take this out in post.
Yeah, I'll trim this bit out.
I'm not as good as a wink to a blind bat. Hey. But I have to say, one of the things that completely was out of the blue and a little bit crazy, Mick is a Jew.
Yes.
Mickey is Jewish. Mickey, Irish fighting Mick.
Irish.
His surname is Goldmill, apparently.
Well, in retrospect, on the gravestone, come on. I don't know. It just didn't, we've got, why name him Mickey if he turns out to be Jewish? I don't get it. I mean, I love the Jewish people. I love the Jewish sense of humor, but the Jews have not really been all that pivotal in the boxing world. And I mean, the Irish are very well associated with that. And it just struck me as a little odd. I mean, did y'all find that a little odd?
Mickey McMickelson.
There's something that comes to mind about that. Does Mickey not say like a Jewish blessing or something on Rocky just as he's going in for one of his last rounds? I can't remember the exact word, but it's like just like a Jewish word that they say like as for good luck or something like that.
I don't know.
Could be totally off.
I have no idea.
There's something that kind of stuck in my head with that, but like it may be something. Yeah, it seemed a bit unusual, I guess, or unnecessary.
And God knows Mickey wasn't religious. I mean, and he was in that chapel scene. I don't want to get all, mad in a biblical place like this, but I don't know. It just seemed weird given the fact that, the Irish, the fighting Irish have had such a, visceral impact on boxing history. And it was just odd. I don't know where that came from.
Some people have pointed out in chat, actually.
Go on. Sorry,
Max Baer was a Jewish fighter.
I mean, I'm not saying there were no Jews, but I'm saying know.
You're saying when he said the Jewish word in the corner, yeah, I remember because Rocky was getting pummeled and they just went, "Oy vey!"
I don't remember
Does he
that.
not say shalom or something like that? It's something like just really kind of quick off the cuff.
That means peace. Shalom.
Probably not then. I don't know. I would have to rewatch it again to catch it. But like,
it's just an odd moment because I didn't expect that. It was strange. You know, I mean, I absolutely recognize the pervasive and very valuable Jewish contribution to American humor, to American comic books, Siegel and Schuster were two Jewish lads that created Superman. And Mel Brooks. I mean, God, the Jewish legacy on America is invaluable, but in boxing, it's very, very odd. It's just, because Stallone has been so spot on in terms of the history and everything. I don't know. It was interesting.
Someone in chat said, doesn't he say L'chaim? That sounds familiar.
I never heard that. Where did he say that?
It's a weird one. I'm sure it's like one of those moments where it's like Rocky wants to go out for another round and Mickey's like, no, you don't want to do it, and like he's he goes for it anyway. And I like I say, I'd have to rewatch it. I think it's one or two that he does it, but he says something like that, like where it's like a Jewish blessing or something. Like he's almost like, good luck, fucking, you're gonna need it.
Or the time when Mickey, Rocky was down and he starts singing Hava Nagila Hava Nagila Hava.
Probably not.
Nagila, no. Mishnaka. I know all the words to Hava Nagila, by the way.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I would need to rewatch it to know for sure. But there may be something. But either way, so yeah, Ricky's gone, and Rocky has rediscovered his eye of the tiger now that he's got it back, and They go into their fight against Clubber Lang. And this is one of the only Rocky bouts that doesn't go the distance. It's very short, it's sharp, it's brutal, and it's a completely different Rocky. And yeah, apparently Stallone, like he said, like this was the best shape he was ever in of his life. I think he got down to like 4% body fat or something for this, like something ridiculous.
They did say he was almost like a middleweight.
Yeah. Because Stallone really he's only like 5'9" or something, so like he never would have been in heavyweight territory anyway. As Rocky, like not in the 70s and 80s, like heavyweights were easily 6'2", 6'3", probably weighed about 220, 230 pounds. Like so, Stallone was never in that realm anyway. But like they obviously tweaked it a bit for Rocky's appearance in it. But yeah, he's definitely slimmed down and he looks very agile, and that's how he goes about his fight with Clubber Lang. He's almost too fast to hit, and he just pummels Lang with like blow after blow. And it makes for an interesting fight because it's not this big brutal like 15-round slugging match like you normally get. It's much quicker than that, and like Lang tires out really quickly from trying to knock Rocky out because like what he did before, the way he was able to dominate the fight so easily, like it just doesn't work on Rocky now. So yeah, it's quite good how it's done. Rocky's taunting him and he's like, you ain't so bad, come on, knock me out, the whole world's watching. And so Lang's just laying into him, and it's just that it's obviously a play on the rope-a-dope that Ali did with Foreman, where he's just trying to provoke him and he's trying to wear him down by like having him hit him again and again.
Although Ali blocked the blows with his hands and Rocky blocks them with his face. So
well, in this one, he's not so much. Like he does actually do a bit of blocking and ducking and weaving. Like
to some extent, he does, but
Lang goes
gets
in
hit
for
in the head a lot.
Yeah, but I think Lang goes in for a lot of body shots, and so Rocky's able to deflect them, like with his shoulder or his, whatever. Like he's able to absorb some of it, but it gets to the point where Lang has just exhausted himself trying to knock Rocky out, and his trainer's even saying to him, like, stop trying to knock him out with one punch. That you can't do that with this guy, and he just ignores it because like he's not a technical fighter. He's not tactical. He's not smart. He just goes in and he's used to like knocking out every opponent that gets put in front of him, and it doesn't work this time for him.
But I think again, it's that's ego as well. It's his ego.
Oh yeah,
I can knock anyone out, and I've knocked this guy out, knock him out again.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he kind of disregards any advice. But he always seems such a self-involved boxer anyway. Doesn't seem to pay particular attention to his corner at any real
I know.
moment.
I'm actually surprised he even has a cornerman.
Yes.
Yeah, right. It's just like his corner, rage. It's his corner man is just rage personified.
Yeah. He just runs at himself for like 30 seconds.
Yeah. He just hits himself in the face for 10 minutes. I'm good.
But yeah, like the result is that Rocky's able to drop him in. I think it's the third round, isn't it, that he puts him down?
Yeah, something like that. They said that like you're gonna have to, get him. Or was that in 4? I think that was in 4. Drago, although he doesn't get Drago in 4. He goes the distance. Yeah,
I think Apollo Creed sort of says like Rocky's got enough stamina to go like maybe 4 rounds, and after that he's going to be on empty, so it's going to have to be a quick fight.
Right.
And ultimately it is like he's able to knock Clubber Lang out, and he regains his title, and that's the completion of his journey in this story. He's regained his hunger, and he's won the title again. So but
remember, Apollo did all of this for a favor.
For a favor, yeah.
So you so have his
his little one-on-one fight.
That's true. I did notice budgetary problems in this fight when they have these. I mean, this is a world title fight, and it's supposedly happening in Madison Square Garden. Well, they kept the entirety of the upper deck completely pitch black because they couldn't fill it up with people. So it was kind of obvious that they did not fill the house.
I mean, that's it's surprising considering by this point the Rocky franchise was pretty well established. Like you'd think people would be quite keen to just show up, for it. But I know with the very first one, like the amount of extras they had was really small. Like they had to be very careful how they shot that because they had like a few hundred at most.
Yeah.
And apparently they were paying them with like beer and chicken wings. Like they couldn't even really give them, and because like obviously the shoot was going on for quite a while, like they have to set up each shot. The crowd were getting restless, and they started throwing bits of food into the ring, like just like getting really rowdy.
Oops.
Yeah. Well, I guess that wouldn't work on the big. I don't know, but a huge number of seats to fill. Just weird. I just noticed that it was odd.
Yeah, I noticed lots of close shots, so you don't have to give too much away of what's going on around the ring and such, so you can keep it nice and tight. But that's fine. I mean, these boxing matches are meant to be intimate. They're not meant to really involve the crowd, except for establishing shots anyway. So to me, it's fine.
Yeah, Star Wars Girls in the chat. She's like, I'd have shown up for chicken wings. It'd be fun to watch. It'd be fun to watch for sure.
Chicken wings. Let's just be honest. Do you want to be in a movie?
Well, if there was beer to go with it, I'd be all right.
Pay you in beer and chicken wings.
It's funny. Like I once did because I used to be like an extra, and I did like some TV shows and stuff like that. And then the first thing I did was a commercial for Tennant's Lager, and they paid us in Tennant's Lager.
No,
you got a crate of it to take away.
Oh my god!
That was, and it was an all-night shoot. Like it started at 6 and it went on to like 7 or 8 the next morning. And like, fuck, man, all I had to show for my efforts.
Or was it special brew?
Nah, it was the regular shit.
Oh, the special brew stuff fucked you up, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't even like Tennant's that much. It's kind of the garbage of beers.
But the Tennant Special Brew just used to fuck you up so much. That was what you bought if you wanted to get wasted as a kid.
Yeah.
Because it was cheap and devastating. And that's what you want when you're 16, 15 years old.
Cheap and devastating.
Yeah, cheap and devastating.
You can apply that to most of my girlfriends back then as well, to be fair.
Life, cheap and devastating.
Oh man, fuck. So that that was the delight of Rocky 3.
That's great. I thought the ending was really good. That we, discovered that the favor that Apollo wanted was his private one-on-one. I need to know what really could happen.
A really intense, sweaty one-on-one session with Rocky.
Closed doors.
I think the message here is getting perverted and co-opted here.
It's 2020. That's the way it's got to be.
Exactly. God knows we can't have just male bonding anymore because males are vile and evil, and
it's quite
everything has to be suspect.
It's part of a relationship. Come on now.
Exactly.
I did like the bit where he rings the fake bell and he's like ding ding, and he does it in like a really camp way.
Oh dear.
Like wanting to find out who really would. They're just bantering and they're just, so it's like it's just going to be probably a fun sparring sesh, really, ultimately.
You know what pissed me off though about like Creed when it came out was like they actually reveal who won that fight, and it was Apollo. I'm like, why are you doing that? Like the whole point of it is like you're not meant to know. It's like this fight that they had, like the final one that they meet that's going to settle the score, and I don't want to know who won it. It's not meant to be known.
Right.
But just another reason why I fucking hate the Creed movies. Like they're just so unnecessary.
Never watched them. Never felt the need to. I've got this great. I say this great thing. This is a guy who's watched the whole season of fucking Batwoman. But like when it comes to movies, if I don't want to hand over money for a movie, I ain't gonna watch it. And Creed was just like, no, why?
Yeah.
I never watched Creed.
Some story about some child that fucking rants about his dead dad. I love Carl Weathers. I love Carl Weathers in the Rocky movies. I'm not watching some modern day the fucking dead dad. Fuck out of here, bitch.
It ruins Rocky's character and it ruins Apollo's character as well, because you find out that he's like he had mistresses, and like he's Adonis Creed is his like illegitimate son, and it's like fuck off. Like Apollo was never implied to be like that.
No,
he was a decent man, and he seemed to be a loving husband, and it's like you couldn't just leave him alone. You had to like break him down as well, didn't you?
Have the modern day deconstruction.
Yep.
Because like doing Cox says, Lord knows sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I haven't watched it then.
Well, yeah, Rocky's become a sad old man who's lost everything, and he's just waiting to die, basically. Again, he's just given up and lost all his motivation. And it's like the exact polar opposite of what the Rocky movies are meant to be about. So, fuck off with that. Like, it's just a cheap carbon copy of like the original Rocky.
Yeah.
But yeah, so obviously that's the end of Rocky 3, and it brings us into Rocky 4, where it's time to end the Cold War.
Well, do you want to do some super chats first, or?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, because
what are we going to do with the breakup on the movies? Because
yeah, we're only halfway through, and obviously I think this could take a while. So what I'm maybe wondering is we've done the first 3. Maybe do we do the super chats and then we do the other 3, at some other point? Because I think
that might make sense.
Because I guess I don't want to rush through the last 3 and just not cover them.
I got a lot to say about 4 and 5.
Yeah, I think they are interesting films to cover, but like I don't want to rush it. So I also don't want this to go on to like 9 hours long or anything. So maybe it makes sense to do the super chats now. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think that probably makes sense.
Okay, cool, man.
Do some super chats, answer some questions, do some super chats, have some banter.
Yeah, let's see what we've got here. There's like the whole first 5 or 6 are from the same guy. So man, he's got a lot to say for himself. I'm just refreshing it here so I can bring it up. All right, supers, super. Come on, load.
Oh, by the way, folks, I'm just going to put the camera on for a second. My PlayStation 5 pad arrived today. That's all.
Oh, great!
Wow, how have you got yours? I pre-ordered mine. It's not here.
Because the pad's released today in the UK for some reason, but the console's not released for another week.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, so we can get peripherals today, but the machine doesn't come until next Thursday.
I love that. Just sitting in your living room with like a controller and nothing else.
Yeah, it's really nice though. Really nice.
It does. It's meant to be like quite a transformative experience holding that controller. You know, it
looks
nice. It looks pretty sexy.
Oh, it feels good in hand. That's what Rocky said to Apollo.
Just like Rocky.
It feels good in hand.
All right, let's see what we got here. From Charles Caballero. I used to watch this every time it came on TV. For a shy fat kid that was bullied around and zero confidence, this movie inspired me to be a better man. I imagine
movies are ultimate motivators. You can't not watch a Rocky film and leave it not feeling motivated to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't mean you have to get into fighting or be an athlete or be like the a boxer or whatever, but it just inspires you to improve yourself in some way.
Just go downstairs and do the dishes because you got adrenaline.
Yeah, while listening to the Rocky theme tune.
Yeah, while listening to Eye of the Tiger. No, Hearts on Fire.
I just imagine you like throwing dishes around the kitchen, like
just washing them and then throwing them down on the drainer.
Yeah, Drago.
Oh my god, I didn't know you were Greek.
Yeah,
like everywhere.
No, it goes back to what I said earlier. I think there's guys all over the world who these movies have inspired them to, whether it's work out more or just like apply themselves to something in life, it's given them motivation. And I think, damn, man, you can't get to the end of like a Rocky movie, especially the first one, and not feel fired up and not feel better about yourself. It's got that effect on you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
True.
From the same guy, just wanted you four to know that I was the annoying guy that asked about doing this live cast with you for months, along with saying how legendary Hawk is. I'm sorry, man. There was too many people coming in already, so I had to kind of limit it a little bit. But it's good to have you here anyway. Same from him as well. In number 2, though the plan to protect Rocky's eye that got cut is to go orthodox, which is a good plan, was it odd that Rocky could still see normally? Yeah, very odd. But like, I think Apollo punched his eye back into alignment or something.
Yeah, that's my theory. He did eye surgery on him.
I'm gonna apply that to people who are terminally ill. It's like just start punching them, and it's like I'm gonna punch the illness right out of your body.
Yeah, your girlfriend comes in. I got stomach cramps. Whop! Punching your stomach back into alignment.
I'm gonna repair your hernia. Bend over.
You just get on the phone straight away. Emergency room, please.
Yeah. And the police.
From Charles Caballero as well. I say a rendition of "Take You Back" is needed here.
Take it back, take it back.
Woo.
There you go. Perfect.
You're welcome.
I know number 4 is not your favorite, but you must admit Polly and the robot have more chemistry than Adonis and that plank Tessa Thompson. Yeah, they absolutely do.
Is the robot 4?
Yeah.
I thought the robot was... Oh, yeah, robot's 4. Of course it is.
Right.
Yeah, it's when it comes in and it's like, happy birthday, Polly.
That is weird ass shit.
Yeah, Kurtzman saw it and he came up with the idea. Mikey Spock, Star Trek, Discovery. It's perfect.
It's got way too much personality. Dude.
I know it did, though. It was actually feminine, which was foreboding in Star Trek Discovery.
Here's a beer, Paulie. Do you want to do anything else to you, Paulie?
It's the fact that it can reason with him and like it recognizes that like he does things wrong. Like, I wish you wouldn't smoke so much, Polly. The nicotine stains your teeth. Like, fuck, man. They actually solved the problem of artificial intelligence in 1985. That's how ahead of the curve this movie was. Yeah, I think if they did, I don't know. Like I've heard that Stallone would do a recut of this movie and try and cut the robot out. I think that would help a lot.
Probably.
So was it just an advert for Sony? So no, let's not blow his wad. We'll talk about it when we talk about it.
Yeah, we will. And last one from Charles Caballero. Number 4 is my favorite of them all due to Rocky's speech after Adrian says, "You can't win." It's his moment of going off. Sorry, I'm going my own way as a man. No emotion, just a car montage of no easy way out. Yeah. It's because
he's got to be a man. He's got to do a man thing. He's got to do man stuff.
He's got to do man stuff, yeah. Doesn't have to cry or anything. He just goes driving in his sports car and just imagines Apollo dying.
Yes. His lover.
And you actually get that slow motion shot of them in the water as well.
Yes. I remember the time that we splashed around in the salty foam. With our crop tops, holding each other tight.
Oh, man. Yeah, we held each other tight.
Oh, for fuck's sake, leave it alone.
Our hearts weren't the only things that were on fire, yo.
So am I, Lloyd.
Sarah B says, "Hail Drinker, Gary, Az, and Critical Drinker. 4 of my favorite YouTube dudes talking about real dude stuff while I work. It's enough to make a girl giddy. Go on, you mates." Thank you. We do our best. You know, there's too much toxic masculinity here. It's overflowing.
But not in the way that Apollo and Rocky had it overflowing.
Just like their passion.
Not in that way.
Not the way they were overflowing.
Not in that way. They were awash. Woo! They were awash in a salty foam of masculine affection.
The salty foam. Okay.
The salty foam.
The salty foam. Okay.
Okay Native here says, and it's the obligatory Quigley Down Under reference, "Someday soon, Blow Dry and Quigley Down Under will make its appearance in the rotation of movies for the drinker to watch, not necessarily review." You know what, man? You have sent me so many super chats for this. I am going to go and watch Quigley Down Under.
Wow.
So that I can talk about it. I probably won't review it, but like I can at least talk about it in my next live stream.
You seen The Gentleman yet? You seen Guy Ritchie's The Gentleman?
No, I haven't.
Good fun film. Good fun film. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
You can't distract me from Quigley Down Under. It's my life's mission now. I've got to do it. It only took like 50 live chats, super chats, and lots of tweets, but I've broken. Ret1 here says, "Hail gents, I was a jock in high school when Rocky brought the sexy back to smelly grey sweats. They became the unofficial team workout gear in '76.
Yeah.
And nothing has changed."
No. God bless.
So Phoenix Tangent gave me a super sticker of Black Cat, so thank you very much. Stephen Otten, "Still alive and sort of well. Hope everyone else is as well." Well, I hope you're doing well, sir.
I hope you sort of well becomes.
Yeah, don't just be sort of well. We want you to be 100% well.
Yeah.
You got to be a wrecking machine.
You need to eat lightning and shit thunder.
Louis the Plank. "Wow, what a great roster for Happy Hour. Who's your favorite Rocky villain? It's a toss-up between Ivan Drago and Clubber Lang."
Clubber Lang for me, I would think.
No, the best villain is Apollo in the first film.
Yeah, he's not really a villain, but yeah, the best antagonist.
I mean, yeah, the best opponent that Rocky ever fought, I think, was Apollo.
Yeah.
I like Ivan Drago just because he's so over the top, like cartoonish Superman type character. Like Dolph Lundgren is just enormous and
he's insane,
towering over Stallone. Like
he just doesn't say enough. His physical presence isn't just enough for me though. You got to have that personality go on. Like Clubber Lang had tons of personality, but Apollo just, like I said, it captured the scene. Always captured the scene.
Notice none of us even mentioned like Tommy Gunn or Mason Dixon.
Nah,
just fucking nobodies.
Yeah.
Who? No.
Yeah, this is the downfall of like casting boxers as actors, in movies, and they kept doing it. They did it with Tommy Morrison. They did it with Antonio Tarver for Rocky VI, and then they did it again for for Creed, where you've got like Tony Bellew. You know, they're all good fighters, but like they're not actors, that's for sure.
Yeah. Not good.
But never mind. I was going to go into when did he get AIDS, but maybe that's a bit too dark.
I think it was mid-90s because he was scheduled to fight. I think he was going to fight Holyfield or something, or Lennox Lewis. It was one of the big ones, and then he got the diagnosis.
Yeah, held on for a fair bit though.
Yeah. Man of War 665 says, "All hail Mickey and Polly." Indeed. Charles Caballero says, number 5, the best scene was the cameo with Mickey. Just to hear Mick tell Rocky, "Get up, because Mickey loves you." Just makes you tear up at the heart of Rocky.
Almighty, that was so bad. That was really, really bad.
You don't use the Force, Luke. Use the Force.
Yo, Tommy, I got one more round.
You need no bell, Tommy.
God, it was so bad. Such a bad movie. And he falls for the, coming and attacking him from behind twice or 3 times. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
But at least he fights dirty. He fights like a street fighter in it. So
yeah. Don't let this bum let you fight his fight. Sonny here says, have you read Stormlight Archive or First Law? No, I've not read either of those, I'm afraid. I couldn't answer that.
But you can read the Critical Drinker's new book, which is out in a week's time.
It is 1 week from today. Something to Die For. The final Ryan Drake book comes out. I'm very excited about that. Yeah.
Pre-order now from your local Amazons or bookstores.
Yes. Yeah, it should be good. I'm looking forward to this one. I've put everything I've got into that book, so hopefully it pays off.
You've given them everything.
Everything.
Not yet.
And Theater here says, Adrian.
Yeah. I'd say actually I gotta disagree with you on something. I actually thought that Talia was exceedingly attractive in the first film. I thought she looked really attractive with the glasses, and she's got like beautiful eyes, beautiful hair, very nice dark hair and stuff. So I thought there was a lot to her. I thought she was one of those sort of covered flowers business. Excuse me.
Well, you know what's good is sometimes they do that really cliched thing of like, you can tell it's an absolutely gorgeous actress, but they've just put glasses on her, and it's like, well, she still looks amazing regardless. But like with her, somehow it disguises her whole appearance, and so she just looks like this mousy kind of girl that you would walk right by in the street. But that little scene in Rocky's apartment where the camera's right in close on her and he takes the glasses off. And yeah, like you say, she's got really like vivid green eyes, I think, with the really dark hair, and like the camera's right on her, and it's like she is quite pretty in that moment. I think it's that combination of like
girl before, so I like Italian women.
Yeah, sorted. Jordan Rockwell says, Critical Drinkers episode on Last Stands was fantastic. Oh, God, that's a blast from the past. Yeah, my top 5 Last Stands in movies. I enjoyed that video.
Nice. That sounds cool.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, it's one of those little things of like, quite often you'll see that in films where like someone's making their last stand and like they go down fighting and all that. And it's like quite a cool little thing.
Butch Cassidy is Sundance Kid. Great ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Another one from Charles Caballero. Can we give a shout out to Duke's motivation? Yeah, is that Duke from Rocky 5, I assume? Yeah, I'll say that. Obviously, we'll save it from when we actually cover the movie. But that guy, the actor that they got for it, man, he absolutely like goes in for his lines. Like he really sells it. The bit where he's like trying to get Tommy all fired up to fight Rocky. Like it genuinely works. Like he actually really digs into like the guy's insecurities. It's a good scene. So yeah, he gets my vote. He's a good actor.
Yeah.
Paleo Geek Chris, I can't believe one screen can hold 4 such epic creators. Epic. Yeah. It's just 3 of us, unfortunately, at the moment, but
but still the screen is bulging. That's bulging.
We can't fit any more in, Captain.
We can't fit it. Just
We
gonna
can't fit any more in with a crowbar.
Joshua Riddle, thoughts on the Rocky Balboa speech to his son outside his restaurant? Stallone at his best, and his best is pretty amazing. That whole movie, and we'll obviously talk about it when we do our next one, but the whole ethos of, like, it's not about how hard you hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep going. That is just everything Rocky's about. It's brilliant. It's a great speech. Stallone delivers it brilliantly. Yeah, I can't fault it.
Yeah, no, that's a good speech.
I don't want to talk about it until we get to it. So
yeah, you just got to bite your tongue, Rhett1 here says, not to make your heads big, but a great topic from my favorite Justice League founders of the fandom menace. Hail. Thank you.
Hail.
Stephen Otten, Rocky and Raiders, remembering when movies were actually good.
Oh, Raiders is so good, though. Yeah,
Raiders is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Yep.
Without doubt.
One day I need to review the Indiana Jones movies.
Oh.
Yeah, they are. Well, Raiders is great, and I think they kind of go downhill somewhat, but not bad.
I think The Last Crusade's incredible.
I've got a soft spot for Last Crusade. I see that it's not as good as Good Raiders, but I like it. I think it's still got a lot of heart, and it's the Sean Connery is just
Connery, Denim Elliott. It's just brilliant. I love it. I love it. I love Last Crusade so much.
Tyler Donovan, Drinker, my favorite YouTuber. I watch and love all your content. Wife got me your phone case. Hey, have a drink on me, sir. Is Jack Reacher a Mary Sue? Yeah, in my opinion, he is. Not a huge fan of the Jack Reacher books, I'll be honest with you. Like, he's like Steven Seagal in book form.
Oh dear.
He wins everything. He can do anything. He's unstoppable. He never gets scared or anything. And I'm just like, yeah, characters like that just don't interest me in the slightest.
Seagal films are hilariously bad, though.
They are.
Yeah.
They've definitely got. One day I need to review a few of them, actually. Not like the 500 direct-to-video ones that he's made, but something like Under Siege or something like that. Yeah, the second one is just incredible. So
Under
special.
Siege, just so we can see some cake tits. That's all.
Oh yeah. She wow, that's some pair she had, by the way. Erica Eleniak or something.
Yeah. Yeah. They should be. She paid enough for him.
Yeah. It was that scene was so unnecessary and pointless, but like it was so awesome at the same time.
Welcome to the 80s. We had this discussion during Commando.
Yeah, just random tits.
Put tits in a movie. We just gotta find the scene.
Remember, we found out about that woman who was just that little extra in Commando who just got her tits out, and she's like got this whole, extra life as like a life coach and stuff. It's amazing.
It's a good career move.
Oh man, I'm gonna make it my life's mission to get her on a stream. Just track her down wherever the hell she is and like get her on.
Get in there, yeah. Let's do it.
Mr. X here says, before basking in the glory of Rocky movies, can we get an F for Movie Bob slain in battle? Did you see that tweet today? That was
brilliant.
Man, I thought Abe Lincoln made it like illegal to own someone that hard. That was just...
Oh dear.
He might as well. He needs to go off and commit sepulchre now. Some shit after that. That was bad.
Oh man, who was it he was trying to suck up to again? It was just like some famous writer or something like that, like a feminist writer. and it pretending that they were friends, and like they posted a picture of like the two of them, and she was like, "Fucking stop! Like, just I took a picture with you at a con like 5 years ago. We're not friends. Stop stalking me, you weirdo."
Oh Jesus! Wow.
Just got absolutely annihilated. More
oh man, he's gonna get me too'd one of these days. I guarantee it. He's got that look about him.
He can get a bit rapey. He's got a bit of a
He's got like a skin suit, guaranteed. It rubs the lotion on its skin.
Hey, I was at that. Yeah, poor Rocky.
Paleo Geek Chris here says Burgess Meredith was one of the best character actors ever. He was awesome in every role, from Mickey to the Penguin to the Devil. Yeah, can't lie. He was also in G.I. Joe the movie as Globulus, which was just something incredible. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that movie, but it is brilliant. Like, I genuinely love it.
No,
fuck, man, I'm gonna go and watch after this. Man. Joshua Riddle, Stallone wears a sports cup all the time, not to protect the jewels from getting hit, mind you. He just keeps them from dragging on the concrete because he's that much of a man.
Wish that was the reason I did.
Things start to sag at this age.
Yeah, it's just to keep the balls from hitting the knees now.
Dan Piper, when are we seeing an all-female cast of Rocky, the new age?
It's coming.
Oh, Jesus.
It's coming.
It'll do. Yeah, it'll happen. It'll happen.
Oh, everything. Every nightmare that you can possibly conceive is coming.
Yeah. Just remake everything. Don't come up with new ideas. Just keep doing the same things.
Gender switch it, sexuality switch it, race switch it, make it worse, release it, and then berate audience for not watching it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Standard procedure for losing money. It's great.
Yep. Rinse and repeat.
Yep. Tyler Donovan.
Go to 10.
Yeah. Tyler Donovan, first time I heard your line about strong, independent bears, I laughed so hard I nearly pissed myself. That's all I've got. Grow a wiener. That was when I did my my Doctor Who review, where I compared it to like putting a dildo on your favorite teddy bear from your childhood. That's basically where Doctor Who's gone. So yeah.
That's a good point. The Doctor is screwed. It's done. It's over.
Yep.
I think we've just got the series though. The next series, it's only going to be 8 episodes now.
Yeah. I think the BBC is starting to feel the pinch. Now that everyone's basically leaving them in droves now. It's like, the exodus has begun. The TV licenses are getting cancelled.
Well, yeah. Yep. So I'm proud non-license fee payer.
Is it a difficult thing to do?
No. It's. Do you know the easiest way to do it is just stop your direct debit, and then they go chasing you. You go chasing them. You'll go round in circles. Just cancel your DD, and then you'll get a letter very, very quickly indeed saying, you do know that if you don't pay your license fee, then you can be, and then you call up that number and they'll be wanting to talk to you immediately.
Right.
And say, no, the reason I cancelled it is I no longer watch the BBC. I no longer watch terrestrial television. I am not set up to receive terrestrial television on my devices. I just watch streaming services, YouTube, Netflix, Prime Video, etc. And the woman that I spoke to was really nice. She was just like, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I do the same. She was great. And she
Nicely done.
Yeah, she was just like, no problem. And then I got a letter a couple of weeks after that saying you've been put on a register for 2 years, and we'll check back with you in 2 years to see if you want to start up a TV license again.
As if you're going to be like, yeah, please take more of my money.
Yeah. And 2 years, good luck. So, and you know, it's not like I've been naughty and utilized the BBC at all. I haven't. I've had no need because I just do not touch terrestrial television.
Yeah, quite. I can't say I blame you, to be honest. No, I'll keep that in mind, actually. Vard the Confessor says, love your content. I know the drinker didn't care for Creed, but what did you all think of Creed 2? I'm not sure if you guys have seen Creed 2, have you?
No, I haven't watched any of them. So
Neither, yeah.
I thought it was all right. Like, it was nice to see Ivan Drago back again, and they actually gave him a character arc, which was interesting. But yeah, generally the Creed movies, I just feel like they're totally unnecessary, and they're just retreading previous ground. So yeah, not a huge fan. Adam Bessler gave me $5 just as a blank super chat, so thanks for that, man. Kilroy was here. Hail from the Common Man cast to DC and all. We have a sad announcement. Our member and friend Marcus Jose has COVID and is currently in the hospital. Everyone, please send him your get well wishes.
Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he makes a quick recovery.
Oh my God, I hope so.
Recovery, and then you'll come out of it better and stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. Holy shit, I'm so sorry, you guys. Hail to the Common Man cast.
Please send him our best wishes. Dominic the Donkey. I got work today, but I wish your Four Horsemen of the 80s the best. Can't wait to listen to the rest of this. Wish you all the best. Thank you, and hopefully, you get to listen to this tomorrow or whatever. I'll re-upload it to my Critical Drinker After Hours channel, so you can listen to your heart's content. But thanks for the donation, man. Another one from Kilroy was here. Continued. Doomcock, I DM'd you on Twitter a couple of days ago. Please read and respond if you can.
Okay, I will. I'm not on Twitter much and not paying much attention, but I will check it. And sorry about that. I will give it a look.
Cool. Wormsworth, my God, this is a refreshing conversation to sit in on. You guys are great. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We seem to have lost Daz there. Hold on. He dropped out there.
He says he's back.
Okay.
Okay, don't press the red X in the top right corner.
Yeah, it's
probably a good idea. Yeah.
This reminds me of when we were playing Modern Warfare and you like dropped into the drop zone and forgot to open your parachute, and then
splat.
This is what we're working with.
Yeah, I was just like, I just don't know, for some reason I just scrolled over it, went click, and it's like, oh God, I just shut everything down.
It's so easy done. It's so easy to do.
What a buffoon.
Wormsworth here says, my God, sorry, no, Captain Spire. The thing about the Rocky movies is the personal struggle the characters face. One such struggle is on the home front, the cost of losing and of winning. Yeah, I mean, there's always a kind of strain that it puts on the relationship between Rocky and Adrian, and I think you get to see that in various ways. She's his rock in a lot of ways. She is his emotional center.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she completely comes out of a shell, which is great because she hasn't got too much of personality in the first one, and then the second one, starts to really become sort of his emotional stability.
Yep. And she, he really needs her as time goes on. So it's a good, it's an interesting sort of dynamic between the two of them. Bobby Blue Gaming, what up, drinker? Love your channel, bro. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it. John Oakletree, I once had to convince my friend that Rocky is more than a sports movie. Like Rocky says, it's about life hitting you and getting back up. It's also about a low-level gangster who talks to turtles. Cup and Link. People in chat were saying earlier, actually, Stallone's still got those turtles because, they live for 50 or 60 years or whatever.
Shit, I hope he got them a bigger bowl.
Yeah. But yeah, he does he likes his turtles. But yeah, it was like
terrapins, but okay.
Yeah, I can go with that. 200-watt studio. The Rocky films are philosophy and life lessons, human moments, and teaching morality and strength. It's not about how hard you hit; it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. Exactly, 100%. They teach you the value of resilience and determination, and that's such an important thing to have in life. Because otherwise, you're just going to end up as a miserable, bitter, asshole who just spends his days complaining about stuff on Twitter, not actually doing anything. So
look, just leave movie Bob alone. We've already taken the piss out of him today.
I can't help it. It's just so fun.
It's just too easy.
Tim Jim, 3 of my favorite YouTubers. Nice. I'll let you guess which one of the 4 isn't on my list. It's me, isn't it? Keep up the good work, guys. Paul Wilkinson, all my favorite YouTubers together. Fabulous stuff. We've really got the dream team tonight. It's great. It's a shame, obviously Gary couldn't stay in for too long, but
absolutely.
Hopefully we'll get him back for the next one.
Yeah.
Asylum 247. What about Polly acting like a pimp for his sister? Yeah. He kind of does.
Yeah, really.
He tries to pimp her out. He tries to pimp her out, but then he gets mad when the idea that she might have had sex with Rocky, and is like, "Oh, you're damaged goods."
Yeah.
Well, he didn't cash in on it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
He wanted to market that.
Yeah, that's true. God. Oh, different times.
Yes.
The real Monkey Rogue. Did you just say?
I don't want to be forced. Okay, no, I am.
Yeah. Did you just say Polly had a character arc off screen? I smell a franchise. Yeah. Bring Burt Young back.
Yeah. HBO series coming next year, 12 episodes. Oh my god.
Oh, totally. Yeah, it'd be like Polly the early years or something.
Yeah, cast as Brie Larson.
The actor's still alive, so they can, he could start off with him reminiscing about his old days when he used to pang up meat.
Yeah, but it'll be Polly with an I, and it'll be a female, bald female. So it'll be
transitioning now. Okay.
Yep, and a diverse cast of friends to help it along her way.
And he'll be apologizing the entire time.
Yeah.
Echoes of the Ancients. All of this wonderful, inebriated, toxic masculinity in one place. My lucky day. It's our pleasure to be able to do this. It really is.
Oh, yeah, this is brilliant. It's so much fun to do this kind of stuff.
Scott Valline. Polly represents what Rocky could become if he gives up on his dream and blames the world and other people for his failures. Yeah, very much so. Yeah. That's kind of what we were saying about him earlier. He's, I guess, from the similar background to Rocky, but just, had none of his optimism. And so, yeah, he just descends into bitterness and anger.
Yeah.
BJam 727, critical drinker. Watch Hagler versus Hearns first round. 2 warriors who were not boxing for points, not doing endless tie-ups, just standing toe-to-toe, throwing hands. I haven't seen that one actually, so I need to have a look. But that's what you always hope for with a good boxing match, like just 2 guys who go at it 100% and hold nothing back. It's
rare but valuable.
Yeah.
Very rare.
Joshua Riddle, Polly drunk in Rocky's restaurant. The hostess says, "Do you have a reservation?" And his response, "Reservation? What do I look like? A freaking Indian?" Never going to happen in 2020.
No. That was a wonderful vestige of humor of the old school. It was one of the few good parts of Rocky 5, or was it Balboa?
6. Rocky Balboa. Yeah. It's funny. I still think of Rocky Balboa as being kind of recent, and then I remember it was 2006. It was 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's weird.
And I'm like, shit. Like, I remember going to see that at the cinema. I'm like, damn, man.
Yeah, because there's been 2 Creed movies since, and blimey, Charlie.
Yeah. Action Com says, for Rocky 3, what did you think about the fates are about to collide montage at the beginning? It's great how it sets the table for the movie to come. You get to see both fighters, like their different styles, their different personalities. I think it does a really good job, actually, of setting up the stakes.
Yeah, I was really happy after the kind of narrative slackness of Rocky 2, where the first 30 minutes had a lot of fat on it, that they really launched it in there with that montage at the beginning of 3. I thought that was very well done.
Oh, you want a lean Rocky film? Hello, number 4's around the corner.
Well, yeah. But unfortunately, it was about like 30 minutes of movie and then about an hour and a half of music videos. It was not good.
It truly is.
It's just a montage after fucking montage.
It really was.
It's Rocky for the MTV generation. It's just music videos, essentially.
Yes, yeah. A little speech, bit of a music sesh, bit of a speech, more music sesh.
Everybody could change. At the statue and scene. You know, it's just
Drago.
Hey, Bridget Nielsen is fit as fuck in that film. Can I just say?
Man,
yeah, she was very hot. Yeah.
Was she Stallone's wife at the time?
She was, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was. She got a boob job at Stallone's insistence, apparently.
Hey, make your tits bigger.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, they're not bad. You could be bigger, you know?
Yeah, it's a bigger punching bags.
It's like, you know, Sly, they're not like muscles. They don't need to get bigger in the 80s. You know?
Everything's bigger in the 80s.
Yeah. 200 Watt Studios says Mickey Rooney was in The Midget Wrestler. Yeah. There's a movie I'd pay to see.
Absolutely.
Polaris sucks. All of my favorite YouTubers together. Great stuff. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
V Infuso. I should be editing, but I'm here, so take my money. Thank you. Now you can get back to your editing. Scottish Nerd. These happy hours are full of joy. Thank you and your guests for a meandering walk down various memory lanes. You should definitely do Quigley Down Under on one. Oh God, it's spreading.
It is. It's infectious.
It's like the fucking invasion of the body snatchers. Everyone's just going to get taken over by this. It's like, do Quigley Down Under.
Yeah. Oh, point.
Yeah. He hasn't seen it yet.
No.
Stephen Otten says sometimes the 70s looked like 2020. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's when Gary was describing like the cities as being like full of like human shit and like trash everywhere. I was like, man, that just sounds like San Francisco now.
Oh yeah. Or Portland.
Portland, yeah. With more rioting.
Yeah.
Silver, are you going to watch the fight Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. November 28th? Yeah, I'm going to watch that actually. I'm meant to be going over to my mate's house to see it, so we'll see if I'm allowed to. But yeah, I don't think it's going to end well for Mike. You know, there's a difference between like looking in good shape and actually being, you know, ready to fight. You know, and no amount of training is going to take, 20 years off the clock.
Well, DSP reckon that he might be able to beat Mike Tyson.
DSP?
Yeah, it's like somebody messaged him or whatever. Do you think you can beat Mike Tyson in a fight? And he was like, DSP. Well, he's getting old. He's pretty slow. It might be quicker. It's like, fucking bitch, he will knock you out by looking at you. You silly little man. Bloody hell. But yeah, DSP he might be able to beat Tyson.
DSP would be quick to beat him to an all-you-can-eat buffet or something, but like, yeah, I don't think he's going to beat Tyson in a fight.
Buffet, more like.
Okay Native here says, some dick weasel moved the Rocky statue from the museum to the Spectrum because it wasn't art, but they returned it in 2006 to the base of the steps.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my understanding, yeah. So it's now at the base of the Rocky Steps.
Not the
top. Kidding, it's still there, huh?
Yeah, so that statue was like a legit real bronze cast statue.
Yeah, nice. Yes.
For the movie. And it's great that it's still there. Because, man, like, why the fuck else would you go to the Museum of Art in Philly apart from to see the Rocky statue?
Well, Rocky put Philly on the map,
Yeah.
Get on it.
ActionCom, you talk about how cheap Rocky was, but Steadicam came into its own during Rocky. Did it add anything? I think it was done just so they could do the run up the steps. So, like, the Steadicam operators would be running up alongside Stallone. Obviously, the harness stopped it from jiggling around, and that's why they did it. I mean, it saved them setting up a dolly for the whole shot. So, it probably saved some time. I don't think it changed the movie or anything, but yeah, it was one of the first uses of Steadicam, so fair enough.
Nice.
Scottish Nerd here says, I stand with Gary. Cook my steak properly.
No.
Wow.
Don't overcook it.
No.
If it's a cheap cut of meat, like I can understand why you'd want it well cooked, but no, like a decent steak, you have it medium rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's generally what I get. Yeah.
Yeah. Medium rare.
Otherwise, you're not going to taste it.
Yeah. Juicy. You want juicy.
Yeah.
Those ribeyes in my fridge are looking pretty fucking good right now.
Are you just like, oh man, I want to get to them?
Well, I'm not gonna have one tonight. It's like nearly midnight, but I'm like tomorrow for I don't know, probably lunch by this rate.
Do it for breakfast. Do it for me.
Breakfast. Okay. I'll do a ribeye breakfast tomorrow.
I'd have it raw, just like Doomcock likes it.
I don't eat it raw. I just like it, medium rare. Accent on the rare is generally what I get.
Yeah,
that sounds good. I'm okay with that. Oh yeah.
Larry here says Lloyd Kaufman.
But I will be putting into a George Foreman grill. So that the boxing references continue.
Oh
yeah, there we go. It all ties together.
Yeah, it's like poetry.
It's like poetry. It rhymes. Lloyd Kaufman, Troma Films, was production manager and business partner with director. Rocky was edited on Troma Films equipment. No Oscar for Stallone, sadly. Yeah. No. He was nominated though for best performance, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Jay Fraser 360 says, "Hail gents, favorite montage song from the franchise? ? No Easy Way Out from the Apollo Creed montage in Rocky 4 is one that comes to mind for me. My favorite montage has got to be Hearts on Fire from Rocky 4. It's so ridiculously over the top. Rocky's like lifting up a cart with all his friends in it and stuff. Like, how can you not love that?
Oh, he's doing those ridiculous ab workout in the barn as well. It's just like, how are you not snapping in half, Stallone? How? It's crazy.
I know. His heart's on fire, and they're dropping cows on his abdomen to test his abs. Dropping cow after cow. Hey, another cow. Give me another cow. Thud. Yeah, that's his stuff.
He's getting serious because he grows a beard for it as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know. Well, it's because he's in Russia.
Beard as well.
Had to do it for frostbite reasons.
I'll grow a beard. It's like I'm gonna trim it and stuff to make it look nice. I gotta be pretty,
Yeah. He's still got to have his hair neatly done and stuff.
Anything that had Eye of the Tiger, because Eye of the Tiger just rocks.
Yeah.
It is great.
You've got the foaming scene in the sea with the crop tops. So yeah, that's
Oh yeah.
As George Takei would say.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Kool-Aid and Apollo.
Oh my.
Stephen Otten says the longest recorded boxing match went on for 110 rounds in 1893.
God,
I mean, can you imagine what their faces would have looked like by the end of that?
What faces? You had to look for them.
Yeah. Brain damage is a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
Sam Whitfield, as ridiculous as the head blocking was in 4 and 5, they did make good use of this for head trauma in Rocky Balboa. I'm not sure they did, really, because it was the opposite. Did they not just pretend that didn't happen?
On what?
Well, they're saying here, as ridiculous as the head blocking was in Rocky 4 and 5, they did make good use of this for head trauma in Rocky Balboa. I think what they're trying to say is 4, because that's where he gets all the punches from Ivan Drago, and then in 5, as a result, he's got brain damage, and then they just forget about it in Rocky Balboa.
I know, they just blow it off. The eye, the head, like I said, it all got cleared up. Got cleared up.
Yeah. Time heals all wounds. That's the way.
or punches to the face too. In this case,
punches over time heal all wounds.
Punches to the face over time heal all wounds.
That's right.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Joshua Riddle, Rocky 4 is to the Rocky Saga what Superman 4, The Quest for Peace was to Superman. Political message wrapped in a modern-day gladiator match.
No.
It's not that bad.
No.
Not that bad, no.
Rocky 5 we can talk about, but Rocky 4, no. Yeah. Rocky 4 is the height of 80s excess and patriotism and America saving the world from everyone.
Right.
Yep.
MTV.
Yeah. Fuck communism.
No,
that's what I learned from Rocky.
Russia wants to be America by the end. It's great.
Yeah. Rocky.
Rocky, we love you, Rocky. We want to be you.
Moscow is pro-Rocky.
Yeah.
I love how even the Politburo are clapping.
Yeah,
that's right. Gorbachev goes right over there with a crowbar, tears the wall down because of Rocky.
Yeah, it's like we've learned from our mistakes. Oh, yeah. Rocky is correct.
Look at how America do thing. We cheat. They don't. They win. I want to be American now.
Yeah. Stephen Otten
is just full of roids.
Oh, yeah. he is massive in Rocky 4. That's proper. Like, I have to compete with him in every way. What's the next one? Yeah, Stephen Otten. Write letters. Learn to hate correctly. That's going back to like Apollo's hate mail.
Yeah, Apollo's hate mail. Yeah.
Could you imagine having like you hate somebody like some celebrity and you've got to take the time to like find paper and a pen, write a letter, and then address it, and then get a stamp, post it. Like, man, by the time you got to the end of that process, I'd be like, nah, I don't hate them anymore. I can't be bothered.
Yeah, kind of a built-in safety valve.
Yeah, well, now it's like, yeah, get your phone out. 3 seconds later, you've sent them a hate tweet. Great.
Oh, yes.
ZXC 1972 gave me a £5, so thank you. Butter Biscuit says, very late to the stream, so I'm watching from the beginning. Thanks for making my work day a little better.
Yay.
We do our best. We do our best. Cody Ingram, watching Rocky marathons on TV with my dad as a kid, it makes this stream so nostalgic. Thanks, guys.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I do remember watching some of the Rocky movies with my dad. Like, you know, they're just things that you just do with your dad. Like, it's just natural. It's got to be done. Peppermint oil.
Mine was just 6 years of abuse.
Yeah.
There's just certain things you got to do with your dad. What, just be abused for 6 years? I don't want that. I want to watch the Rocky movies with them.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I took this down a bad road.
Long time ago. Long time ago. Can't keep far away. It's all good.
Peppermint oil capsule. I can
joke about it quite happily.
Yeah. Peppermint oil capsule here says, Cuff and Link still live with Sly to this day, and hopefully they're alive and well.
That is really cool.
I hope they're alive.
Yeah, they didn't get turned into soup or anything.
Well, that's what Mickey said. Mickey says.
They make good soup. Jay Fraser 360. Between Rocky Balboa and Creed, there were rumors of a Mickey prequel set in the 1920s. Thoughts? No. Please, no. Don't.
Does he use the Force to go back in time? The Veil of the Force? And
I want to see a sequel with Spider Rico or opening his own restaurant in competition with Rocky's Adrian's.
How did Spider Rico get his mad, dishwashing skills? That's something I really was curious about. This will fill a hole in the canon.
Yeah, it's important stuff to know. It really is.
It really is.
Just a young Jewish Irish boy.
Yeah. Where are you from? I don't know. Mixture.
Yes, I don't know. Fucking somewhere. I don't know.
Diversity town.
Place of birth.
Whatever.
Somewhere over there.
Yeah. Zulu Kasuki says, good movie with great score. The Libertine, one of my favorite movies ever. The Libertine. I haven't
Never
seen it, I'm
it.
afraid.
No.
Nope.
John Oakletree says, Star Trek traded in green women for green milk. Yeah, just like Star Wars.
Yeah.
Tragic times. Sam Whitfield, this is for Doomcock and his Shatner impression.
Yay.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
You earned me $4, Doomcock. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Ed Starr, thank you, Drinker and friends, for making me feel human again. 2020 has been rough on me.
Yeah, it's been a shitty time, dude.
Yeah,
it's not been a great year. I hope 2021 is a lot better to you, though.
Yeah, well, no, I won't say. Let's not derail the stream with despair and 2020-ness.
That's pretty much it, isn't it? 2020-ness.
Yeah.
This year.
2020, that's all you need.
2022, it sucks, man.
What happened in 2020? That's what happened.
Yeah. 2020 happened.
Yeah.
Joshua Riddle says Star Trek Lower Decks meets Lord Shatner. They will burn up in his presence. I haven't even seen Lower Decks. Like, I watched the trailer and I thought, no, that's enough for me. No way.
Don't even go near it. It's garbage.
It's garbage. Yeah.
I managed to watch one episode and 8 minutes of the second, and then I was just like, nah, I'm done.
Yeah, it seems like that. Captain Trek here says, Doomcock, quote, I love doing Shatner.
Yes. that could possibly be the best thing to come out of 2020.
And Shatner loved it too. I'm just saying.
The Justice 35. We're in the wrong timeline when grimdark Warhammer 40k is more hopeful and wondrous than Star Trek. Maybe we need IG commissars in the Trek writing rooms. Yeah. Purge heretical thoughts from the writing rooms.
Yeah. Purge the heresy.
Purge it with fire.
Yeah. Get the heavy flamer.
Scott Rainford says Shatner slays Demkins in Devil's Revenge 2019. 5-star. I've never seen that. Devil's Revenge. To see Shatner fighting demons though would be incredible. So I'm up for that.
Hell yeah. I'm kind of
Miguel Olmo, OT Star Trek question in the original series. They run into Apollo the Green Guard, so God exists. Your thoughts and stay safe. Right, yeah. So
in they run into Apollo the Greek god.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
what was the? I don't know.
Well, he was an alien. It's basically an alien that was just on planet Earth, essentially.
Yeah. So they're saying here. So gods exist. What are your thoughts? And stay safe.
Well, it was just a space-faring race that came to ancient Earth, and the Greeks mistook them as gods. And Apollo basically, internalized that and had that as a fetish for hundreds of years, and waited for humans to stumble onto his planet, and then he tried to make them, worship him and herd sheep and shit. Didn't work out.
Yeah. I mean, we had, you got the Q continuum. You'd look at the Q continuum. They would appear godlike to us. They can do anything. Immortal,
right?
Omnipotent. So
basically,
the
original show was lousy with gods. You've got Trelane, you've got Charlie X, the Thasians. Yeah, a lot of these guys could do all sorts of shit. It was Kirk was the God Buster though. Who are you gonna call? God Busters.
What is God?
What does God need with a starship?
Exactly.
That's going to be an interesting movie to cover. It really is. 200 watt studio. Rocky wore yellow in Rocky 6. Interesting. I thought he was in black trunks.
Yellow or gold, black and
Seemed
gold.
like he was in black, but I don't really remember. by that time I was like, yeah, whatever.
His colors used to be black and gold. Those were his
I think so.
colors.
Yeah.
Miranda Sinistra. So I looked up Italian Stallion for research purposes. Was it meant to be viewed while? Was it meant to be viewed while high? Because that was a weird adult film. We'll take your word for that.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
I hope your research went well.
Mr. V says, "Look up Stallone meets Rocky on YouTube." We'll need to give that a look.
All right.
Douglas A. Burton, Rocky from Rocky 4 versus Shatner from Wrath of Khan. Who wins and what's Shatner boxing's stage name?
Shatner's. Between Khan and who?
So between Rocky and Shatner.
Oh, geez. Well, I mean, Rocky, all he can do is punch, and Shatner can do, flying scissor kicks and, two-handed, karate moves. Shatner Fu is the kung fu that's superior. Shatner Fu is the shit.
And he can kick a Klingon off a cliff and into like a lava pit.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Because when he's had enough of you, you're gone.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to give it to Shatner. I think Shatner could take him.
Shatner definitely could take him.
For stage names, I don't know what it could be.
Shatfu,
yeah. I do know that Apollo Creed's one of his ring names was the Master of Disaster, and apparently even Muhammad Ali, when he heard that, he was like, "Fuck! I wish I'd thought of that one. That's really cool."
Yeah, man, that's a good one. Yeah,
it's really good. Yeah, I always like the Count of Monte Fisto.
Hey, that's great. Yeah.
Although after Rocky 3 and the Frolic in the Surf, it might have been changed to the Count of Monte Cristo.
Monty Fisting, more like
Monty Fisting.
Count of Monty Fisting. Oh my god.
Ryan Barrett says, "What's your favorite Mickey quote? There are so many great ones."
Hey, lightning and crap thunder.
Not liking these guys. Oh, that's Paulie. Sorry. Punch your teeth in. If she doesn't do what you say, punch your teeth in.
Yeah. I think mine is where he goes like, "Women weaken legs."
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Again, fucking hell. Eat thunder crap eat lightning crap thunder.
That's my favorite.
That's a good one. Paulie Vidier Gamer says, "Remember from Spaceballs, Rocky 5000."
Yeah.
Not off.
Did it in Airplane as well, didn't they? Airplane.
Yeah, there was like Rocky 37. It was like an old man.
Old man.
Walt here says, "Evening, chaps. Drinker, your video on Annihilation was so spot on. I felt a strange catharsis knowing that I wasn't alone in my disappointment." That movie, man. God, it's like a bunch of like cool ideas that they just like dropped in there with just a really thin plot to try and tie it together. It's everyone's always like, "Oh, but the bear scene is so like scary." I was like, yeah, okay, it's kind of cool, but the rest of the movie's shit. So I don't know what to say. I mean, it looks nice. The shimmer's good. It looks like a giant bubble, but overall, pretty shit sci-fi movie. Another one from Walt here says, "Oh, and the Haunting of Bly Manor review was great. I didn't agree with EFAP or Jay on this one, but the subsequent discussion was really fun and informative." Cool.
I haven't watched Annihilation, but I did enjoy the video.
Yeah. It's Natalie Portperson doing her best.
Yeah, not a poor person. Yeah.
Jay Fraser 360 says, "Hail Drinker and friends. How about reviewing the Karate Kid saga before Cobra Kai season 3? The Karate Kid parts 1 to 3 and the next Karate Kid and then Cobra Kai." Maybe so. It'd be interesting to look at them as a kind of retrospective, see how they progressed.
Yeah, Cobra Kai is great. I really like that show.
Yeah, I've got
yet to see it.
It's really good. I do recommend it. I think you'll get a kick out of it, especially if you're kind of familiar with the original Karate Kid movie. Like, there's just so many great callbacks to it. PPH93 says, if you guys want to watch a classic Carl Weathers movie with him as the hero, then please watch Action Jackson. Yeah, so
Action
much cheesy
Jackson,
acting and one-liners. That was his big attempt to break out as a leading man, and it was kind of a flop, I think. So that was like his career kind of, put the brakes on it, which is a shame because I love Carl Weathers. He's great in pretty much everything he does.
He is.
Yeah, he's just got so much personality about him, charisma about him. It's great seeing him in Mando. Great seeing him back in Mando.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit of recognition now, so that's good. Mr. Will Guitar says, don't you notice the change in the vibe of the movies from gritty and grim with Rocky as a bum to the third one where he's sculpted and it's 80s campy fun? Yeah, there is a change. It loses that grittiness, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like I said, the first movie is incredible. I mean, it's a work of art, and the rest are fun continuations, just kind of good romps, but nothing even remotely as artistically incredible as the first Rocky.
Yeah. Ryan Barrett, have you seen Digstown with Louis Gossett Jr. and James Woods? It's a great boxing / hustler genre movie from the 90s.
No,
I've never seen Digstown. No, I'd never even heard of it, to be honest with you. But,
no, I've never even heard of it.
It always makes me feel bad when people ask for my opinion on like a movie and it's like something I've never even heard of, and I'm like, I don't know, never seen it, don't know.
Yeah.
People are saying it's good though. Digstown is great. I think it's just a couple of.
I'm trying to check it out.
Yeah, we're almost at the end actually. I'm just refreshing. Where is it? Oh, come on, where are you?
Hearts on fire.
Rising Robin Productions here says, can I get a drinker and Doomcock duet? I think we gave you one earlier. We did take it back.
That's right.
It was a special moment. Warmed my heart, so it did. Greatness 81 says, why does Hollywood like to emasculate black men in their movies or destroy strong, upstanding black characters like Apollo Creed? Genuinely don't know. But it's really annoying.
They're scared of black men.
I don't know what it is.
I think they're scared of giving black men aggressive tendencies. I legitimately do. They want to placate them. They want to sterilize them. They're absolutely petrified of giving a black male a full personality. So you look in any comic nowadays, black men, they're effeminate, they're calm. You don't get any aggression with them whatsoever. They've been absolutely placated because they fear. They're just scared shitless of writing black men.
Yeah, I mean,
or of any masculinity at all.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right.
They want to douse that.
But you want to look at like strong black characters, strong black men. You just go straight to the fucking 80s, and they are all over movies, all over these movies with Stallone, Schwarzenegger, etc. Bruce Willis. We get great strong male black characters in there, and now they're petrified of making them like that. It's Bill Duke's another one. Bill Duke's a fucking legend.
Oh yeah, in Predator he was awesome.
Yeah,
and obviously we covered him in Commando as well.
Yeah. Commando he's great. Predator is great. Same with Carl Weathers in Predator. Got great bicep off with Arnie at the beginning. Wesley
Predator handshake.
Wesley Snipes was just like a complete leading man. For a big stint in the 90s as well, and the Blade movies and such, and Demolition Man and stuff like that. Nowadays, they're just like, oh, nice, calm, or effeminate. Just have been completely neutered.
Yeah, it's like don't get ideas above your station kind of thing.
Well,
but with Apollo,
I think they fear giving them a personality because they fear the repercussions of doing so. They fear the Twitterati and the outrage mob and the fucking victim camp who would just be like, "Oh, great, it's just another man," blah, blah, blah. You know, just it's got to such a stupid degree nowadays with all this bollocks that there's such a vast variety of vanilla everywhere.
Because well, that's the reason why so many women's parts are boring these days as well, is because they can't give women any depth and flaws
women
and have them be imperfect at all. It's just
they just write a woman like a man. That's it, and they think, oh, that's great. So you know, a woman is different to a man. So a woman should be written differently to a man. But they don't do it. No, they're just like, no, if we're gonna have a leading lady, then we'll just have the characteristics and the personality of a man, but a woman, and have her do the things that a man would do as a woman. And he's just like, well, that's just a man then.
Yeah, it's like they take the most simplistic possible view of characterization, where it's like, well, the traits that you associate with men, like being people of action, they're like strong-willed, like dominant, those are the things that we have to apply to the female characters to make them equal and strong. And it's like, no, they can be equal. They don't have to be exactly the same, though, because like you say, you're making them into something that they're not, and everyone can see how forced and manufactured it is and how it just doesn't work. And then
men become women. They emasculate men and they give them more feminine qualities, and it's just like,
it pleases no one, basically, because women are going to sense that they're being patronized, and men are going to be, they're getting belittled, and so nobody's happy, and so you get these movies that nobody wants to see ultimately.
Yeah, because the characters are Hollywood.
Hollywood wants to watch their own crap, huff their own farts, but that's about it. That's the only audience for Hollywood is Hollywood, and the rest of us are falling away very quickly as we tumble to what their tricks are.
Hollywood will tell you what you should like. That's the thing. Yes. Right. But yeah, the takeaway from this is, or one of them anyway, is like a character like Apollo Creed is a brilliantly written character. Like, he's smart, he's articulate, he's charismatic, he's intelligent, he's rich, successful, powerful, all of these positive traits, that you'd want to see. And good character.
And it's never color's never played in on it whatsoever.
No. It never becomes like a racial. There's no racial dimension to this movie. It's just two opponents.
No, basically, I think Rocky 5 is the only Rocky film that has some racial conversation. And as much as they're looking at Tommy Gunn because he's another potential white world champion. But other than that, so, and it's just so sad that these are films from the 70s and the 80s, and look how far we've regressed as a society. It's craziness.
Aye,
men can't be men and women can't be women anymore.
Yep.
But this is real life doesn't play out like that. Fortunately, normal people who don't spend 23 hours a day on Twitter, they just don't think like that. It's just a tiny minority of idiots who try to like sway the conversation. But we can point and laugh at them. At least it's great.
Amusement value is high.
Yeah. Mark C here says, has any of you ever owned a stinking X-Lax watch? I don't sweat you. That's a great line from Rocky 3. Also from him, God bless Bill Conti for giving us the greatest workout music ever. This is interesting. Billy Tamp 73 says, Mickey may be partly based on Charlie Goldman, Rocky Marciano's Jewish trainer.
Okay.
That's interesting.
I see. Well, that makes perfect sense then.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense.
The Shadow Fenrir 24 says, Hail gang, what other inspirational films like Rocky would you recommend? My friend always told me every time he saw Heat, he wanted to rob a bank. Hopefully he didn't go through with that.
Yeah. Motivational. I find the Indiana Jones movies very motivational. They always get me very pumped up to do something.
I like the Back to the Future movies for that kind of thing.
Mhm.
You know, they kind of teach you. I guess it's like that idea of like respecting the past and like understanding where you come from and stuff, and yeah, there's kind of a wholesome kind of family vibe to it, I guess, that I like. Apart from the whole like your mother's got the hots for you in the past kind of thing, that's a bit weird.
But
yeah, for me, I just find great films inspirational. I don't take it literally as, you know, like Rocky or any of those things. I mean, something like, you know, Blade Runner, Lawrence of Arabia, any kind of work of genius like that makes me excited about film, about art, about life. It's not a direct thing like that for me, at least.
Police Squad used to motivate me.
Right. Well, it's humor is great. Kind of gets you out of your rut. Yeah.
The naked gun and the Police Squad stuff was, I always just and the airplane movies. Fuck me.
Yeah,
they're hilarious.
You just don't get films like that anymore.
No.
I even used to love Hot Shots. You know,
right? Yeah, Charlie Sheen.
I think Hot Shots Part 2 is actually better than Hot Shots. I think
you might be right.
I think it's one of those very rare occasions where the sequel is better than the original. Yeah, I just remember that time where he's just like leaning over the girl, and he says, "You know, you look a lot like," and she just goes, "Gabriella Sabatini." I get that a lot.
Yeah, just like I get that all the time. It must be the nose.
Yeah, it's just hilarious. It's just like, oh my god, that kind of stuff is like just gold dust. I know it's a pop culture reference at the time, but it's just still one of those lines that you just don't think would ever crop up in a movie. So when it does, it's just absolutely hilarious.
I think one of my favorite lines from Part 2 is like where he's going back to rescue one of the hostages, and he's like, "If I'm not back in 15 minutes, you know what to do." And it's like, "Yeah, we get the hell out of here." And he's like, "No, wait another 15 minutes."
Yeah, wait another 15 minutes. Or Miguel Ferrer, which is like, whoa, it's great because he's just got his drive back to kill people after being like sniveling. Whoa, it's great. Oh my god!
Yeah, it's when he's shooting a gun at some enemy soldiers, and he runs out of bullets, so he just grabs like a box nearby and throws them at them.
And Lloyd Bridges is just brilliant in these movies as well.
He's something else. Brilliant. That's a whole other stream all by itself.
It's fantastic.
It's this little smile that he gives.
Yeah. Just so happy to be killing people again.
Topper, I can kill again. You've given me a reason to live.
The greatest gift there is. So God, though. Oh God, I'm gonna make my stomach hurt again. I need to watch some Zucker Brothers and some stuff. Yeah.
Mark C, please review Zorro the Gay Blade. Bring whiskey. I think I'll need it in that case. Blue Satoshi. Imagine it. Obi-Wan, Mickey, and Hayden Christensen. Yeah. Mickey could be the cornerman for him.
Well, Yoda used to be just little Mickey.
Well, you know when Anakin gets his limbs sliced off and he's like burning and on fire, and you just imagine Mickey over him going like, "Get up, you son of a bitch!"
I literally can't, Mickey. I literally cannot do that.
Don't crap thunder, kid. You'll explode.
Yeah.
You're already on fire. Stay down. Stay down.
You crap thunder, you'll blow apart.
Yeah, it's like Anakin on the ground, like, "I got one more round."
Yeah, I didn't hear no bell, Anakin. Ding, ding. I hate you. I hate you. Oh boy.
A question here from Nathaniel Larson. Have you guys watched Night Manager?
Night Manager? No.
Yeah, I mean that's the one with Hiddleston.
It is, yes.
Hugh Laurie. Yeah, that was good. I liked it.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, good TV show.
Yeah, cool. Oki Native here says, what are you going to write and publish now that the Ryan Drake series is done? An expose on being a YouTuber? Then perhaps a book of bad poetry? Yeah, there's horrifying secrets behind the scenes in YouTube. It's a nightmare. I can't say any more because they're outside my door watching, listening to the conversation. Yeah, it's all run by lizard people.
Oh my God.
David Icke,
I said
it. From the fourth dimension. Yeah. It's true. It's true.
I've got some books lined up. I've got another book written actually that we're going to look at once Ryan Drake book 9 comes out. It's going to be like a. Ironically, it was about a global pandemic, and it was written like last year.
I've got Redemption, Sacrifice, Betrayal, Deception Game, Ghost Target, Shadow Conflict, Downfall, and Blacklist.
You got them all then, I think.
And I think I'm missing 2, maybe 1, possibly 2. And then the new one I've got on pre-order as well. From your local Amazon.
Yeah.
Get it on pre-order. It's out a week today. Drinker's latest book comes out a week today.
Outstanding. Congratulations.
Plug your stuff, dude. Come on.
Yeah. Well, if anyone feels inclined, yes, you can order my book on Amazon or anywhere else. And it would really help out. I'd really appreciate it. So it's called Something to Die For.
The turtles did grow. I've just retweeted. Somebody sent an image to us all. Matthew Spedding. Thank you, Matthew.
So they'd have to be at least 40 years old by now.
Yeah.
Damn, those turtles just keep going.
Well, they can go for turtles can easily go for 100 years.
That's amazing.
Some can go for 2 to 3, depending on the size and where they are. Galapagos Island ones,
yeah,
can go for 300 years if they're not harassed. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, gentlemen, I got to run. But it's been a great pleasure. I thank you all for being here. It was a joy to be able to talk Rocky with such an educated and erudite panel.
Well,
likewise, my friend. Yeah, and me. Yeah.
Not me, just Drinker.
And you too.
I was here as well, but I didn't, didn't have any of that wonderful stuff that you just said.
Thank you for taking part in this, man. It's been an honor to have you on board. And well, listen, if we do another stream to cover the other 3 Rocky movies, you are obviously more than welcome to take part. Thank you, sir. We need to get down into the dirty of the Rocky sex trilogy, whatever it is, 6 films. The next half is a little downhill, but 4 is good. 4 is good. Yeah, we'll one thing's guaranteed, we'll have a laugh with this one. Yeah, absolutely.
Even 5, plenty of laughs.
God, 5 is terrible.
But no, thanks for coming on, man. And we will catch up soon. So
take care, you guys. As Critical Drinker, God bless you guys. Take care.
Yeah, great to do a stream with you, dude. Take care.
It was an honor, man. Thank you.
So I think it's just the 2 of us, and
I'm gonna fire up Modern Warfare.
Yeah, let's just go.
Let's just fire up Modern Warfare. Let's go quick.
There's a few more super chats to get through, and then we'll be pretty much done.
Sure, so, I'm okay. I'm fine.
All right, nice one, man. Right, let's see what we've got here. Hellbound here says, hey, I love your channel. I'm writing a horror screenplay and was wondering if you had any suggestions for things to avoid, like cliches. No, I mean, it kind of depends on the situation and the style that you're going for, and what the setup is. I would kind of need to see it to know if they're, if you put things in that aren't working. There's loads of cliches to pretty much any genre, but if you use them effectively, and you use them in a slightly different way, then they can still work. That's the thing. There's not stuff that you need to outright avoid, I don't think. It's just finding a creative way of working them in. So yeah, don't be held back by that, I would say. The Justice 35, thoughts on The Mandalorian. I actually like the serial Western format for Star Wars, showing how the void left by the Empire's fall makes everything more lawless and rationalizing the Tusken Raiders.
I've been enjoying it. I thought last week's episode though was really boring, but apart from last week, I've thoroughly enjoyed the series. I thought episode 1 of season 2 was really good. I thought Timothy Oliphant was brilliant in it. But yeah, last week, I just didn't know what I was meant to get out of last week. You know, a Macquarie creature that you tried to turn into a 40 minute episode. It didn't work, and I don't give a shit about seeing Dave Filoni on screen.
Yeah, I don't think anyone does really. Yeah, I mean, I like the general format of the Mandalorian. I like the serialized like feel to it. I like how it's more grounded and less like grandiose than the movies. Yeah, it's good. It's got potential. I just like to see them, I guess, have a bit of an overarching story to it. But yeah, it was hinted at the end of the season 1. So
yeah, they kind of put the brakes on almost, but I don't know. We'll see. There's 6 episodes to go, isn't there? One coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, I need to get caught up. I'm 2 episodes behind. Mr. Will Guitar, I love Stallone and despise him in equal measure for awesome highs of Rocky, then camping up Rocky, Rambo, and Judge Dredd, etc. Say within continuing as an old man and wanting us to wallow with him. I mean, I would disagree a little bit on that one. I think even when he's like playing the older version of Rocky, he's playing it quite honestly and without too much hubris or arrogance. He obviously went through his phases of trying to compete with the other big muscle men of the 80s, and that's why you get Rocky totally over the top in 4. Rambo goes the same way when he's running around shirtless with his machine gun.
Rambo 3.
Yeah.
He gets shot in the knee by a hind fucking helicopter.
Yeah, and then he can just get up from it. It's
shrugs
great.
it off. Shrugs it off. Would have blown his fucking leg off.
I love how it's dedicated to the Afghan resistance fighters as well. It's like, that didn't age well.
That aged very well. That one did. Remember, Stallone's what, 5'6", 5'5". Yeah. So it's not a tall man. Wears lifts, wears big heels to elevate his height. So yeah, he's there's compensation there. There's small, in a nice way, small man compensation there.
Yeah. And Judge Dredd, that was just garbage. Yeah, I think going down that sort of Joel Schumacher Batman road with it, like just making it really campy and comic-y. So yeah, such a shame. Rising Robin, the Urban put it right with Dredd, so that was all right. Rising Robin Productions here says, Temple of Doom has a special place in my heart. The only movie where Indy actually got his hands on the treasure and gave it away rather than keep it. True. I mean, he lost the Grail, so that wasn't in, his choice. And the Ark was kind of just, you couldn't really take the Ark.
Yeah, you couldn't touch it, otherwise shit was going to go down.
You don't want your face to melt off.
No.
The Justice 35. Don't forget the Tusken Raiders got development in the EU in Knights of the Old Republic, where they just don't like people showing up and competing for resources with them. Yeah, fair enough. I just see them in these goofy things that go like. One
thing I don't like about the Mandalorian is stop speaking in alien languages. For fuck's sake, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Stop having humans going. Stop. Just fucking stop. Right now.
Salad Cream Boy says, white female version of Creed equals cringe. Yeah, it would be. Pod Racing Palpatine, is cheap and devastating the new stunning and brave? I think it should be.
Yeah.
Sam Whitfield, does anyone know why Talia Shire wasn't in Balboa or the Creed movies? She seems healthy enough. Really enjoying the stream, guys. Drinker, I'd love to have you on my podcast. Sam, so that's his Twitter handle. Yeah, I think Stallone specifically wrote her out of Balboa. It wasn't that she couldn't appear in it or anything. I think he just wanted to have it about Rocky's grief for losing Adrian.
Yeah.
So I think, if he'd wanted her back, I think she would have been up for it, but, just didn't take her in the end. So I don't know. I mean, I'm fine with the decision.
Take her in the end.
Yeah, take her in the end. Cheap and devastating.
Yeah, these are my favorite words.
Yeah. As for your podcast, I mean, I'll try. Like, I kind of like have a lot of people that kind of want me to do things, so I'll see what I can do. Dirty Soul Monkey, Rocky 5 is underrated in my opinion. It's the Rocky 5 work print cut is great. I've seen some of this actually. Rocky Balboa is essentially a better version of 5, but 5 was the first one that I saw in theaters as a kid. Nostalgia. Yes, there is a work print of Rocky 5, which is longer, and it's got like extra scenes added in and stuff, and it's been cut in a different way, and it actually puts things into a lot more context, and it's actually kind of okay. It's still not great. It's still got the downbeat sort of ending, but like things make more sense. So yeah, it's quite good.
But we still get Force Ghost Mickey.
I think in that version it's even worse actually, because in the theatrical cut he's in Rocky's head and it's just like you see flashes of him. But I think in the work print he's like up on a bridge overlooking Rocky.
Oh my god!
Yeah, like the elevated railway thing and the train goes by and all that. So yeah, still shit.
Okay.
But yeah, one to look for. Philip JY gave me a super sticker, so thanks, man. Timothy Wolf, great stream, guys. Thanks for the great entertainment. Hope all is well with Gary. Yeah, likewise. I'm not sure quite what he's dealing with, but
yeah, we found out. But I'll leave it to Gary to, if you wants to disclose that.
Cool, man. Okay, Native. How is his Denny Crane and TJ Hooker impersonation? That'll be Doomcock, yeah. Next time we'll find out. But his general Shatner as Kirk impression is spot on.
That's great. It's great.
I think there's. Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's any new ones that have come in, and that will be us. Oh yeah, here's a couple. Okay, Native. Carl Weathers is Billy D. Williams' brother, who is the fighter, not the lover. And they should have done a movie together, even if it was terrible. That would have been great. Billy D. Williams and Carl Weathers together.
That would have been a great team up.
Blue Satoshi. Star Trek Continues has decent follow-up to that Apollo episode. Yeah, I've heard good things about Star Trek Continues. That's
the fan-made one, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
But the production values were pretty good on it, and it just looks like the original show. It's uncanny. The sets and everything are good. NR here says, Drinker, can you do a review of American Ninja 1 and 2? American Ninja 2, it's so bad that it's funny. Thanks for your vids. One day.
Yeah, it's so encouraging to hear. It's so bad. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, dude.
I still want to review Kung Fury because I fucking loved that film.
Oh my god.
With Hackerman and stuff. That is just incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Okay.
Captain Spire. This day in 1955, the Hill Valley Clock Tower was struck by lightning during a scientist weather experiment. Donate to save the clock tower. Yeah.
Nice. Is it actually today?
No, I think it was October.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, it would have been amazing if it was today.
Yeah, that'd be great. Although it's technically now in both of our countries. Friday the 13th.
Oh my god.
I know.
Drinker, sorry, from Vane Eldritch. Drinker, please review Deadwood. I haven't seen all of it, so I'm not in a position to review it yet. I just remember Ian McShane just swearing constantly in it. It was great.
So yeah, dropping some hard C's.
Oh yeah. Yeah, his character was awesome.
They're are they in talks to do another series of it?
Yes, they are apparently. They're coming back for another one. Which is like weird because it's like 15 years later and everyone's way older.
I don't know. I bet you stick a tash on Ian McShane, dye his hair, he'd probably look the same.
Pretty much, yeah. He's not aged much. John Ogletree
he looks
here.
the same from when he was in Boone.
Yeah,
I used to watch Boone, and it's just like I haven't seen him age since Boone.
Or Lovejoy.
Lovejoy. But yeah. Good grief, yeah.
He's just got that face. He's just got that kind of face.
Yeah. I love Lovejoy.
Yeah. He was a badass antique stealer.
Yeah. He was a badass antique stealer.
See, that's the kind of hard-hitting stuff we dealt with in Britain back in the 90s.
God, that was so good. Why Boone? Boone, he was on Boone as well, wasn't he?
I think he was. I would need to look it up, but I'm pretty sure he was.
Yeah, but Lovejoy beforehand, that was great.
One from John Ogletree here says, watch Copland if you haven't. Proof that Sly can act. Yeah, he really can. He gained a lot of weight for that role as well, which was commendable, I suppose. But yeah, he was decent in Copland. And he's up against some pretty heavyweight actors, so that was good.
That was what is that? Wasn't that one of his returns to form movies?
It was, but it got lots of critical praise, but it didn't do well at the theaters, and it didn't make any money really. So, it was kind of just a passion project, I guess.
Oh, Michael Elpick was Boone. That's it. Yeah. Lovejoy is what. Thank you. Lovejoy. Yeah. Thank you for sorting my 80s brain out for me. Thank you.
Yeah. Rusty Shackelford here says, did you hear that Polly's robot is being cut from the Rocky IV director's cut? This is an outrage. I don't know. I could stand to see that go. I don't think we'd lose too much.
I think it's some sort of endorsement deal with Sony, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's got like Sony on it and stuff, and it's weird as hell.
Just think, right? If you look at Rocky 1 and then think they're gonna have a robot that talks to you by the fourth movie, it's like you would be like, nah, that's ludicrous. It's like, no, they did it.
Yeah, no, that's it. That is exactly what I was thinking when the robot came on the screen again. I was just like, this is very different from the first Rocky movie.
Yeah, indeed.
This is very different indeed.
This is the last super chat here. Says, have you reviewed John Wick yet? Great franchise. Yes, it is. First one really good. Second one great. Third one a bit shaky, but all right. For action scenes. Oh yeah, sorry. This is what they do. You see, like I think they've got the last one, and they're like, nah, there's another one, and another, and another.
I've seen 1 and 3 with John Wick. I haven't seen number 2 yet, though. Which is weird.
Good. Yeah,
I liked 1 and I like 3. I like.
Well, them, yeah. No, I think 3 is fine. I think it tries to lump an awful lot of stuff in.
Yeah.
Into one movie.
The Halle Berry stuff could have been cut, really.
Yeah. But you could kind of just enjoy the action scenes because they're so fun to watch. So it's I guess it's how invested you want to be in the plot and how much you just want to enjoy yourself. But
yeah, because there is good. She does use the dogs well. The use of dogs is very good, I thought.
It is actually, yeah. You're kind of like, oh, I can see how these are viable weapons. Like for once.
Yeah.
This one from Phil Moore here says Rocky versus Rambo as a franchise of movies. Which one is better? Which
Rocky.
one takes the cake? I would say so. Yeah. Rambo's great, but Rocky's just uplifting, and it's got that positivity that I like. So, yeah.
Yeah. Better characters, better story. I know that people will say, but Rocky's very one note, but Rambo is very one note.
Yeah.
And I think there's quite a bit of complexity with the Rocky movies, even though they have a very similar structure.
Yep. But that brings us to the end. That's the end of our super chats. And we got through 3 entire Rocky movies in this time.
Somebody slide another one in.
Oh, son of a bitch.
You're getting to that. You're getting to that part now.
Just when I'm doing my epic wind up
so
speech.
Don't go.
Yeah, but it's basically I remember one stream where I was like, "Oh man, I thought that was the end," and someone was just like, "Nah, I'm keeping you here."
I've had it myself. I was like, "Right, wrapping it up now," and people just started super chatting, going, "We're just keeping you here." Just
this one's from Ryuya Show. Drinker, please review The Long Kiss Goodnight. Yeah, I like that movie actually. Gina Davis.
Yeah, Gina Davis, Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah. He's got some cracking lines in that film.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it. And when I first saw it, I had no idea what I was going to be watching. And so when it takes the turn, without spoiling anything for anyone, when it takes the turn, I was just like, whoa, didn't see this coming.
Yeah.
And so it turns into a completely different movie. So.
Yeah, but it becomes really fun. And Gina Davis, man, she can kick some ass. Like, I'll give her dues. She's pretty good in that.
But I thought women were invented in 2016.
That's true. Only strong female characters emerged then.
Yeah.
Everything else was just
Disney.
Yeah, they were just internalized misogynists up until then. But yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, so honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on tonight. As it's always entertaining. Thank you for going through this Rocky experience with us, and for sticking around till the end. It's been great, and thank you to everyone in chat for all your donations, for the super chats, for the great banter that we've had. It's been awesome, and yes, I'm sure we'll do a concluding chapter in this to do the other 3 Rocky movies. We'll get that arranged at some point. But yeah, I've put links to everyone's channels in the description. Please do subscribe to all 3 because these are all great guys. They produce awesome content, and they're extremely entertaining gentlemen. And you should give their channels a chance. Give them a try. But that, I believe, is everything that we've got for today. So we're going to go away now, I think, shall we?
I think somebody's just super chat again.
Oh, son of a bitch. I was just getting all emotional there and finished it up. What is it? Suede of the Cuff. Review Polar 2019 with Mads Mikkelsen.
I love Mads.
Anything with Mads has got to be good.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's great. He's awesome.
Apparently he might be getting brought in to replace Johnny Depp in Crimes of Grindelwald, which I absolutely don't give a fuck about because I don't care about those movies at all.
And apparently, actually, you should pronounce it Mads Mikkelsen.
Mads Mikkelsen.
Yes, that's what I've been told by Danes.
Right. Well, they know, I suppose.
Yes. And there's another super chat for you.
Waldo Wares for $5. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that.
They're trying.
There's more. I'm going to shut this down before it goes any further. Right. Phil Moore.
No,
leaving so soon. Yes, we are. Thank you, man. See you later.
There's another.
No.